That's correct. That's correct.
Let's get started. Right. All right, welcome everyone. And I'd like to call our May 7th, 2019 study session meeting to order. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Silva?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald? Here. Councilmember Flory? Here. Councilmember Whitaker?
Here.
Councilmember Zara?
Here.
All right. We will now hear public comments on study session items. If you wish to speak on items not on the study session agenda, please do so at the regular session meeting. Those wishing to speak on study session should fill out a speaker slip and submit it to the city clerk. Speakers will have up to 3 minutes to address the city council. Very good. So do we have any?
I have one slip to
All right.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Jensen Hallstrom. I would just like to thank the ad hoc committee for all of their time and research in putting together a plan for the use of this property and this building to the best of its potential. And I would like to mention a topic that I think had still gone largely unnoticed, which is the condition of the landscape on the property. Within the last few months, there have been major branch failures on some of the pine trees there that are, original to the property, and some of the trees still standing are highly hazardous. So I would like to know, what sort of research has been done into, hiring a professional arborist that can do corrective pruning on some of these trees. Even the building itself is in danger. There's a large eucalyptus tree just on the west side of the Hunt Branch Library that has a decaying limb that's hanging over the building itself that could fall without warning. So I'm just wondering, are we aware of these issues? Have we contacted an arborist already? And really, what's the plan? Because, if anybody goes to visit the library, they know it's not a very comfortable, even from the parking lot to the library itself, the whole walkway is completely unshaded. During the summer months, it's blistering, just from your car to the building itself. The emphasis on the landscape architecture at the time was not shade trees, to provide a comfortable experience. It was more so about the ornamental lawns, of a great size that took up a lot of water, resources, and maintenance. That's just not compatible with the landscape of the future that should be sustainable and a comfortable experience each time you visit. So to provide a more healthy and comfortable experience, I think we need to look into planting new trees to replace some of the previous ones that have failed. There were actually 4 crepe myrtle trees, about 60 years old, in the Pooch Park that came down in the summer of last year. And, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I think the landscape needs
just
to be considered, since there are hazardous conditions, and people that are visiting the property could be hurt or even killed by some of these hazardous branches. I think that this is a subject that has just gone, unnoticed and just neglected, really. So I think this has to be researched and acted upon as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, see no other public comments. We'll turn it over. Oh, okay. Is,
If anybody else would like to speak, please light up on the wall behind me.
don't we have it after the presentation? So, 1 second. So, are they going to be able to speak to the audience after the presentation? On here, it talks about Director Booth making a presentation. Then those who have submitted speaker slips for this item will line up near the wall. So,
Lucinda, who puts this script agenda together for us? Because it says 2 different things on it.
yes.
It says the public can comment now on items on this agenda only. but then you give them a second opportunity. I'm just trying to make it clear for the people who've joined us when they can participate.
Correct. So this is one of the first times doing this, so I think we will have to make sure that the supplemental procedures as they are clearer. What I would suggest is that we go ahead and have the staff presentation from Director Booth and then allow continuation of public comments.
Okay, that's
So-
fine. That's fine.
Okay. All right, Director Booth.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm going to be going through the material that you have to highlight parts of it. Obviously, before you have the opportunity to provide direction to the city staff in order to create a request for proposal for the reimagining of Hunt Branch Library and its grounds. As you're aware, in February of this year, the Hunt Branch Library was approved by the California Office of Historic Place Preservation to be considered for the National Register of Historic Places. About a year ago, on May 15th of last year, you directed the Library Ad Hoc Committee to be formed, which it was. It had 4 meetings, very few as you directed, and it met, and it was an opportunity for the public to meet and provide inputs on various options for uses of the Hunt Branch Library. And we realize that this is an opportunity to be creative, to partner with other institutions or entities to make this happen and have it become the city asset that it has been, and we hope it can be. In the agenda report, you see it lays out the ad hoc committee's first priority of uses, and so this would be on page number 1 of the staff report. You've got literacy, art and culture, exhibits, museum uses, and then, of course, the vehicles for that to happen, events, activities, and classes. And you'll see other priorities that they've listed, another priority, and then other not recommended priorities that were given. As you go on through to page 4, you've got the financial resources, and you've got some recommendations there having to do with the entrances to the library. Currently, there are 2 normal entrances. One is through Basque Avenue, the other is through Pacific Drive Park, and there are some suggestions of how it can be a more welcoming entrance to the area. We think about Hillcrest Park, how changing the architecture that face what is Ralph's across the street changes how we think about the fountain and how that was rehabilitated, and also we have the stairs in Hillcrest Park. So again, another city asset that a lot of work was done, and of course money, to make it an asset that the city can better use, the residents can better use. Also, you'll see in the appendix there was a lot of suggestions for financial resources. One of the major ones that I think about is the Getty Foundation has a Keeping It Modern grant for mid-century architecture, and this is throughout the world. So as I counted, it's an ongoing program. It's been going about 5 to 6 years. In 2018, it was $1.7 million that went to 11 properties. They're all about $200,000. Some are local, some are in San Diego, others are obviously all over the world. There are many grants, I think, that can be gone after and to partner with to bring it up to standard, because obviously it does need rehabilitation. Also in the, you'll have number 4, the Library Ad Hoc Committee has recommendations for action items for City Council, and the first one is to have an RFP created and reporting back on a quarterly basis, as was mentioned in the staff report, and looking at the entrances, considering possibilities for the entrances to be rehabilitated to make that more inviting. You'll see in the appendix.
May I ask you a question, Judy, please? Did the ad hoc committee give any consideration? Was there any discussion to the potential connection of Pack Drive Park as an entrance to this property?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, since and I don't really know all the ins and outs of the Pooch Park being on park grounds and the library is not designated as a park.
But I'm talking Pack Drive Park in front that faces
Yes,
Fullerton. Oh, right.
but if you want to have it to be in an event center, that is really, if you stand at Pacific Drive Park or even at Valencia and you look up,
Yeah.
now there's kind of a row of trees there,
Right.
but that's seeing it. That's like standing at Ralph's and seeing Hillcrest Park and the bridge there. Yes, there was talk of that, because also for an event center, you need much more parking. So maybe the Pooch Park would be better placed in another part of the city and have that be either parking or other areas, and using that area across the Barranca. There's a drainage ditch that goes, through the property that separates
Okay.
the Pooch
Sure.
Park and
Right.
from the other side.
Yeah, which could be beautiful.
It could be very beautiful.
So then were part of their recommendations to include Pack Drive Park as part of the RFP?
Yes, I believe that that is, let me see which recommendation that was.
It's on page 5 at the bottom. Redesign the entrance along Basque Avenue.
Right, that's along Basque Avenue, but also,
And number 2 on the top of page 6.
yes, explore the redesigning of the entrance on Pacific Drive by widening the footbridge, or even,
This is Holly's copy that I'm using because I didn't get one.
yeah. That was
Yeah.
on the top of page 6. Explore the redesigning the entrance on Pacific Drive by widening the footbridge over the Barranca to highlight the building and provide a welcoming access.
Yeah.
That still doesn't take into account Pack Drive Park, though, because Pack Drive Park's in front of that.
So that,
Barranca.
I would take is that's something, this is part of this process, that's what you would like to be included in the RFP,
But I'm
to
just-
consider
yeah,
that,
I'm
yes,
just-
okay. Because
Yeah.
that's what we're
Right.
after today.
And on that, just to
we're studying
piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald's comment, one of the things that I had been talked to, I think some of the board members was, or the ad hoc members, was to, when you talk about widening the footbridge, maybe winding all the way across, so we covered that channel. Because you're right, once we take those bushes off and if we make a wide enough bridge, you can see the building from the
Yes,
street.
yes,
Okay. All right.
yes.
Thank you.
And as you see, we've, on the bottom of page 6, you've got the appendices, the lists of agencies, institutions, organizations that could receive the RFP, and then a statement of support from the Library Board of Trustees, and 3 main points that they have about the uses, which include, that were included, is literacy and as a cultural center, and being free and open to the public as well. And a list of potential grants and websites. And then we also, just to give a baseline, the estimated cost to run a children's library, which was not even including all the IT classes. It was about $400,000, which we know it's going to be up. It would be upward of that, because that was something that was still of interest of people, possibly to have a small satellite branch there as an option. Just like we also did a very cursory estimate of the cost to bring the building up to standards, and this is just very estimatable, and that was about $4 million.
And Mayor, members of council, that building has been added. We are doing a facilities master plan that is looking at various city buildings. And so the Hunt Branch has been added to that to get a better cost estimate for those improvements.
Thank you. Any questions from council before we, or Ms. Booth, are you done?
That's
Okay.
that's what I have, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions before we send it out to comments? All right, then thank you. We'll open.
Oh, okay.
No, okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll open it up to comments from the audience. So if anyone's wishing to speak on this matter, please step up. You?
I think they all just want to know what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And all they are fighting for. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eglin Nunzi, and of course, the Hans Library is, I think, a jewel that we have in our city. It's a treasure for our city. And as a residents, we want to preserve this. And we want to exploit too, and our children to be exposed to our heritage, our culture that we have here in our city. And believe me, we were doing our homework, outreaching different entities to come and support us. Concerning to the park, the Pacific Drive Park, we have already talked with Park and Recreations, and it's going to be remodeled. We already, the residents, we got together, we have a plan, and it's going to go to the commission for approval. And it's a great design. We have the Pacific Drive Park, and next to Pacific Drive Park, which is in Valencia, we have a space that is empty. Like we can use to make, advertise, not just the park, but the Hans Library. And that is a good use that we can, outreach maybe to all of the arts. We have a lot of organizations that are willing to help us here in the city to create. I think our mission is to partner, to save our library and to collaborate one to another as a neighbors, as a resident. I would like to thank so much to our Save the Hans group because we learned so much about architecture. Our children and us, that we were fighting for. And this is a great treasure that we have. I learned so much about architecture that I never think I would learn, and my daughter too. And to my fellow AdHoc members, because we are from all over the city, and we got united for something that we care about, is about culture and the well-being of our children in the future. I'm the only person that live in that area, and I have all my members coming together to help us. And that shows our unity in the city as one. And, of course, the wonderful job our library board for their support, and for our wonderful Judy Booth, because she always helps us and is like a great teacher, to support everyone when we have a question, to go to her, and she explains so greatly what it really means, everything that she's telling us. I learned so much to be part of this AdHoc committee, and I hope you, every single of you, as neighbor, as parents, maybe grandparents, help us, please, to preserve this, to create a cultural center. There are so many options that we can have. We can have a center for autism for our children. There are so many opportunities that we can create together working as one. Please give us the chance to preserve this. I know it's about money, but we can outreach. And money is always there if you look for it. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just Barbara, if you don't mind, just a second. Mr. City Manager, where in the process is the redesign of that park? When will we get to see potential designs, or when does Parks and Rec get to see it?
I will have to check with Director Curiel. I know that will go to the Parks and Rec Commission before it comes to the City Council, so I'll check with him on that. Okay, because I'm the reason that I ask, and the reason I asked Judy the questions about Pack Drive Park contemplation, was my feeling that building is so far back, hard to see, hard to get to. So in making it very attractive for really good partners to come in there, would including the park property in that, considering whatever current design the community has in mind for that, and knowing that yes, you have a lovely design, but we have no money to implement it as it stands right now, would that be a good option to further enhance that property, and so to bring property frontage to the street there? I know it was looked at in some of the historical reviews of the building. It was looked at before. I don't have the costs in front of me. It would be that was one of the reasons why the enhancement along Basque Avenue, to include some type of wall structure and increase landscaping along the railroad tracks to enhance the entrance to what would be that side entrance from Basque. So we could always look at what are the updated costs for bridging that flood control culvert. You would be taking the road across right next to residential, and then have to, as you approach, turn it to get into the property. With money, you can do just about everything. But that's one thing that we can look at, as to that front enhancement and rearranging the entrance to the facility.
Yeah. So I know Mr. Whitaker mentioned I would like to see if we, on that same note, get a hold of the flood control channel to see if they're willing to play ball and help us. The district, I'm sorry, and have them help us cover the channel so we can be.
Yeah, so the Orange County Flood Control District, which is part of the County of Orange, we would be more than happy to work with them. They have changed some of their policies where they do require a license or an encroachment agreement over their property now for various issues to include roads. But again, that would just all be put into the cost factor of what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a road for cars to go over that channel. I mean, just if you can have access to walk over that channel.
So the footbridge isn't enough?
Right. Because
I mean, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying widen it up so you can see the facilities, and if it's
so that would be
easier to do.
so that would be one of the options we could look at because yes, you could joint utilize Pacific Drive Park parking lot, and as I heard, probably rearrange some of the landscaping so the front of the building is noticeable to those folks who are approaching from that side, and then the the pedestrian crossing over is to the east, significantly towards the boundary with the school district. So you could have another one that is wider and probably more up to date that then connects with the pathway leading right to the front of that. So that could be something that could be looked at as a architectural improvement.
Right. Interesting.
That's only if it's easier than having cars go over it. But I get what you're saying. Open it up so we can see it.
Right. Right.
All right.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that you've heard over time that there was a wide variety of folks that came to every one of the 4 meetings that were held, and we were restricted to 4 meetings before we made our report. And I think the generosity of everybody on the committee was such that there was a lot of work done outside the time, and Judy was very available for providing supplemental materials and, of course, urging us on. I want to just point out that some of the things that we have suggested have already taken place, that some of our state and national historic recognition for the building has taken place, which is very good news. And to increase the community's awareness of the William Pereira's contributions to architecture, both here in Southern California and the world, Alan Hess was brought to speak, and he was a fascinating speaker and had a good audience and certainly made himself available for other events as we need. I think a Blue Ribbon committee could be very helpful as oversight and work with volunteer fundraising, grant writing, et cetera, in order to rehabilitate the facility with the essential needs of the building, whether for reuse, repurpose, or leasing. Intentional efforts can and should be inclusive for many individuals, experts, and interests. This is a building that elevates the spirit, and I know there is room in our collective consciousness to make this happen. There are so many issues facing Fullerton: homeless, water, streets, pensions, Coyote Hills, all concerning to citizens and fairly negative. Hunt Library reopening presents the most positive activity that we can look forward to as inspiration, and could very much unify the city population. It really has to be a visionary effort, but I really think that we have enough people from such a variety of backgrounds and interests that it could happen. So appreciate your time and energy and hope for the best.
Barbara, can I ask a question?
Surely.
You mentioned a Blue Ribbon Commission, and so it seemed to me that your thought is that the city, through this Blue Ribbon Commission, guides the rehab of this building, of this facility, before we decide on lease or partnership. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think I wrote a memo to all of you, but it was so many months ago. My feeling was that we sort of have to do a shotgun effect, where we do everything at the same time, so that people have this explosion of activity and interest and try to propel things forward. If we get a group of people who have influence, for instance, in the banking industry, we have some leaders here in town in banking. We have some philanthropists here in town that might be willing to serve on an oversight. And we have provided names of people who can write grants, et cetera. So I think it's a matter of trying to draw these people together and exhort them to further activity.
Sure. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I'm just trying to understand what your idea, when you talk about oversight, it's oversight of what?
Of these various activities to promote further awareness of the hunt and follow through with the activities that you, the council, are going to put forth as your priorities. Because I would expect that you're going to want RFPs, and then you're going to want someone to read those, maybe a group of people beyond your staff, some architects and other people, depending on the thrust that you make in terms of the RFP, whether you're looking to try and get a prominent company to come in and use that as a headquarters, or whether you want to use it as adjunct to Cal State Fullerton. They have a wonderful reading program for youngsters in need, and I was on the leadership council for the College of Education for about 13 years. So I know that to be able to reach out into the community and provide those services, I think it takes a lot of brainstorming, and we did an enormous amount of that, and then very fortunate that one of our members sat down and kind of codified it into different kinds of uses and visions. And so the job is not easy, because we are very fortunate that the building can offer a lot of destinies. So it's a matter of what you think is going to bring in the revenue for sustainability and the interest as a continuing process for architectural interest. And the good news was that the main building, which was Hunt Wesson, was also designated. So we have some good opportunities, and I think in the past sometimes we lost sight of what can be that inspiration, and it's something that no one else around us has. And too soon here in the West, we tend to destroy and rebuild for modern. And having come from the East, there's some reverence for maintaining the old.
Thank you. Thanks for your work and your thought on this.
Well, it was a privilege, and always willing to put forth more effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Molly McClanahan. I was on the ad hoc committee, and it was a labor of love, I have to tell you, and it was a lot of labor. Just in your report that you have in front of you on page 4, the gentleman who spoke before about the landscaping and the grounds, the grounds need to be, this is part of the report on page 4, the grounds need to be evaluated by a certified arborist and landscape architect utilizing the original landscape plans. And so I think that is in there. And I might say Fullerton Beautiful might be willing, I don't know yet, I'm not offering them, I'm suggesting them.
They're not here, so let's volunteer them tonight.
To actually do an evaluation of the site from the standpoint of a certified arborist and a landscape architect. And I know that isn't as expensive as actually doing the work, but you need the plan first. And let's see. The thing I wanted to mention that isn't in the report is the entrance that comes in off of Pacific Drive. Mm-hmm. I would invite you to walk or to drive into the ministries next door and actually look and see how they have opened that up, because that is really different, and you get a feel for that beautiful building that was also designed by William Piera. If you go into that site, and you can go into the Grace Ministries and just walk around, but that's a good example of what you're, I think, looking for. And there are 26 parking spaces, I think, in that area. I counted them. Right? Okay. I think we tried to frame this in terms of a philosophy and a vision, and then we put goals by all of our recommendations. So I think those are important in terms of embracing those. There are 3 things that I think perhaps I would suggest you do is to, this is not going to come together all at once. I think we're looking at a puzzle and we're putting the pieces in as they come around, but the RFP is really important. And so I suggest that you move with that. And then the other 2 recommendations, one is to the Parks and Recreation Commission and the other is to the Bicycle Users Task Force. When it comes to our recommendation on the parcel tax, I think that one needs to be postponed as maybe a second phase. I don't think we're ready for that discussion, but it really needs, and I would echo what Barbara said, we have some wonderful, is my time up? Yes, it is. I will
That's
answer
okay.
any questions.
I mean, I'd love to hear the rest of what she has to say.
Why don't you go ahead and we'll finish this.
This is a study session. Very
This
cool.
is a study
Bicycle
session.
users,
It isn't
yeah.
that formal. I think you take people like Jim Miller with the Ford dealership and Scott Dowds and maybe John Phelps and some people who have some of the financial background and interests, but I think that comes later in the process. And I like Judy's idea of maybe approaching the Getty for that particular niche that they support. And I want to say I really appreciate the work that Judy and her library staff did for us. And I think we're going to, it's kind of like pulling a string, and I think we're beginning that. And I know this is not an easy thing. It's going to be difficult, but I think there are pieces there in the community that will come together, and I can see in maybe 5 years, am I being too optimistic? And I know this city I'm aware of the financial problems that this city is in. So I don't think we overlook that. But I think we're here, we're not going away. We're going to watch this. Going through, and I would echo what Barbara said about Alan Hess, who took us through the library. There were things I did not realize in terms of what mid-century modern architecture is. And there is a wonderful book that Green and Green did for Pasadena for the Gamble House on Green and Green for kids. And I think kids can have an appreciation for architecture, and that was one of the things, Bruce, that you mentioned in terms of an earlier meeting, and I still tucked that away. So thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Sylvan, council members. I'm Jean Reifer, and I'm with a group called Save the Hunt. And our mission is to keep the Hunt Branch Library in the public realm for community use. We would like to congratulate all the different groups that came together to get us to the point we are now. The council, the Library Board of Trustees, the Ad Hoc Committee, the State Office of Historic Preservation, even the people who put together the National Register decisions, and including Fullerton Heritage and so forth. We had a lot of different groups coming together to make this happen. And this is very exciting to see this go forward. We know that the key to any solution is to find programming and funding partners, because the city cannot do it on its own. So it seems like an RFP is going to be key in doing this. We have 3 suggestions for the RFP. One is that one of the criterion would be that the proposers highlight the building itself. Otherwise, whatever is being proposed can be done anywhere. So we would like to see one of the criterion be, and maybe score a little higher for a group that can highlight what's so amazing about the building. Now, it's interesting because we put on that community meeting regarding the architect. Do you know that in Los Angeles they're losing the Pereira buildings? They keep writing to us in Fullerton going, there's still one left, there's still one left. So, and it's a destination. We have people coming from all the 4 surrounding counties to see this building. The mid-century modern thing is huge now, and people love this building, so it can be a destination. The second thing we would like to suggest is that the RFP include detailed maps. It's very confusing to understand the panoply of uses that are right there. There are districts, and there are private, and there are nonprofits, and there are natural features. There are so much going on there. Please have a detailed map so that every proposer will be very clear about what they're signing up for or what their opportunities are. Also, a third thing is that we would like to see a priority on leasing the building, or working out some kind of agreement like that with any proposed partner, rather than selling the building. If it's sold, it'll be out of the public realm. We would like to keep this building in the public realm. And again, this is just very exciting to see the hunt getting back on track and seeing who will come forward to reopen the hunt so our community can enjoy it again. Thank you.
Jane, I have another question. So is your group, then you talk about leasing so the city retains ownership. It seems to me, as I've been thinking about this, that the only money we can put into this deal is, that lease itself. So, I mean, how do you think people would respond if, the city in this RFP says we're going to, our part of this is we're going to lease it to you for $1 a year?
I would like to... It seems like that is a reasonable part for the city to contribute, depending on what the responses are from the community. That may be the only thing the city can do. Our point in mentioning lease was not necessarily that it be as an income generator, but that the title to the property not go to another entity. So, But as far as how much the lease is, certainly if a proposer can pay a lease, that seems like they should get extra points because that brings revenue to the city. But if their project is not able to do that, then I think the option of leasing for $1 should be considered.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. And I'll start it off. This was one of the things that I really was looking forward to when I started on council, was trying to figure out how to save the hunt, that one, and how to keep it as a public asset, with the understanding that, as Ms. Fitzgerald said, the city doesn't have the funds right now to be able to drop in millions of dollars, but we have the land, we have the building that we could exchange for someone coming in and sprucing it up and making it a public entity. So I do like, the ad hoc committee was great. I did go to one of them, and I was talking to a couple of ad hoc committee members as the process was going. And thank you, number one, for all the effort and commitment you all put into this report, into your meetings. It was great to see the community coming together for a common cause. But I would like to see us, move forward with what they suggested in terms of taking their priority recommendations of literacy, art, events, and see if we can get something out and back to us. And I would be willing to support something like that we can go out and see who's out there. And I do like the idea of a blue ribbon committee, or a sort of committee that can really focus on the grants, because I believe you guys are right. There is enough funding out there to help subsidize the activities, the building, and help us. So that would be something that I could see us doing, having someone who's familiar with these kind of oversee it or take the lead on it. And but again, just thank you for the effort, and I do like the 3 priorities of the RFP. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, I think if we highlight the building, that would go a long way. If we make it a center point, and so with that, I'll
sure
pass it on, and then until I can think of a motion to make.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, so I really agree with everything that you said. I mean, the ad hoc committees work has been stellar, and it's really great to see things that engender, community passion. I love that. And this definitely has turned out to be one of those. So I know there are a lot of people who want to continue to work on it. I agree with the mayor. We need to take the recommendation and put out an RFP listing these top 3 priorities. Jane, I love your idea about giving, more points or whatever in the scoring to people who really want to educate on architecture and, and increase the awareness there. I think that the skin the city has to put into this is the land, is the building, but we need to be very clear in the RFP that that's the only skin we have to put in the game. So we need partners who can rehabilitate, can maintain and operate those services. My goal for library services in general in this city has always been that the entire city benefits, and so I know how special this specific building is to this community. But it would be my hope that the proposers in this, and I'm hoping that we can state this somehow in the RFP, if at least 2 others of you up here agree, that we state a real desire to use the services that come out of this building to benefit the entire community. East Fullerton has no library services whatsoever. And far west Fullerton has no library services whatsoever. And the Hunt Branch sits less than a mile from our main library. So I want to make sure that whatever we do here is an expansion of, I call it library services, but educational services, literacy services, especially with the great resource that Cal State Fullerton is in this community. I'm really hoping to see them participate in this. And we've got a great, we have lots of great partners out there, including the Library Foundation, who I hope will step up spectacularly in this regard as well. But I think that we need to put the RFP out, stick with these 3 priorities, give consideration to those who want to talk about and enhance the awareness of William Pereira, and that we make sure that it's to benefit the whole city.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Whitaker.
It was just about a year ago that I think you made the motion, and I was quick to support it, to agendize this item and to launch this effort. And I appreciate all the work that has been contributed since then by everybody, and the expression of care and concern about this treasure that we have still in this city, this William Pereira design building. I think what I'm hearing and what I've been seeing is we would have consensus on a couple notions here about the way that this is packaged. And to me, I know what I've always felt was important is whatever is done with the Hunt is that we maintain the original architectural integrity of the building. There's the building itself, and it requires pretty large investment right now for structural renovation and update to allow continued public access. So these are mostly, there's a lot of one-time money to bring the building up to speed, regardless what the interior uses are of the building. To me, the important thing is to, again, maintain that structure close to what the original building was, and then allow for, the changes necessary to allow modern public access for it. There is another portion, however. We have effectively a park, and parks are rare and very valuable to the city as well. So the grounds outside the building are effectively a park, which should be maintained and used for public use and benefit as well. So someone mentioned that it should remain in the public realm and it should be utilized for public use. That's another key area that I think we'd have pretty large agreement with. I'm excited by some of the possibilities of grant potential here, including, the Getty Endowment Trust, which is something like $6 billion or something. Now, if we can get anyone excited about maintaining this example of William Pereira's work, I think that would be a wonderful thing. Unlike, however, we can't take many years to accomplish something like this. I think this does have to be structured in such a way that we can move more quickly on it. A lot of good ideas here about potential usage, and the thing is, once the initial investment is made, the ongoing operating and or maintenance costs are relatively smaller, unless it maintains as a city built. Well, for instance, as a library, again, which there can be some prohibitive costs for the city's general fund to try to maintain that. The option of still utilizing park dwelling fees in part for what's necessary, including the idea if we look at those two ways that the property should be viewed, definitely the building resides in a city park. And so I think that there's justification for that, and I'd like to see us move forward on some of those concepts. If I've missed some of the key priorities there, because the whole idea of an RFP or queue to be able to solicit ideas, but I think within those confines, the confines of updating and maintaining the basic integrity of the structure itself, and then considering an upgrade of the park as well, however that can be done. And to me, it may require a joint effort by the city and whomever would be a tenant or a nonprofit or whatever entity would actually occupy and operate the building.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Zora?
Yes. Thank you very much. This has been one of the things that I've been very passionate about as well. I think it's a great treasure for our city, and I want to thank everybody on the ad hoc committee and the library trustees for working on this. I do have a few questions because just to clarify a few things, when we are we able to start applying for grants in advance or while we have an RFP out, or do we need to wait for the RFP? Because there are two things I'm looking at as far as funding, and one is the building itself and the maintenance of the building, and then the operations. And I know Mr. Whitaker mentioned a cooperation between the potential organization that might occupy this building and the city in making sure that we maintain it. Now, are we able to apply now for and identify grants in advance so that we can actually get some work done while we're waiting to see who the occupant is going to end up being?
Mr. Mayor, on that, members of council, it depends. It would depend on what the grant is and the restrictions. So I could see that it would be more easily accessible to grants for building enhancements, specifically now that it is on the National Historic Register of Places, for the improvements to it. As far as uses, we of course would want to see who our eventual partner is and what uses are being out of there, and then whether that would cover operation, maintenance, or what have you. Generally, grants don't cover the maintenance side, but for enhancements to the architecture or to ADA improvements to bring it up to speed, landscaping issues, those are all things that potentially could be pursued in the grants. And so those are some things that we could pursue sooner rather than later, and we can begin looking at those.
Yeah, because that's what I would like to see. I'd like to see us really get started on it, and if we can work on the building side of it and secure some grants that way, that actually might enhance our options with a potential partner, because they wouldn't have that burden of looking for those particular grants, and they'll be basically in a move in, sort of a ready building to move in. The other question I had would be on the park dwelling fees since there's a lot of mention on integrating the design and the landscaping between Pacific Drive Park and the grounds of the library itself. Do you think that there's an ability for us to designate those grounds as a park as well, and then make use of the qualifies for some of the park dwelling fees?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I believe that the designation of a park, and I'd kind of turn my head to the city attorney, is up to the city council. If we designate something as a park, then it becomes a park. I do know that park dwelling fees, there's 2 parcels to the Hunt Branch property, and park dwelling fees have been used to improve what is currently considered Pooch Park, the dog park area, to some degree. And of course, park dwelling fees have been used and probably will be used for the Pacific Drive improvement. So again, we'd have to look at all those, what would be the overall scheme of how to use things, but but then also look at what would be some of the issues that go along with using park dwelling fees based on whatever the use is proposed. So it's not out of the question, but as we get further down the road, I believe that question could be better answered.
Okay. So, and the as far as usage is concerned, we are the education city. So, for me, the most important thing is how can we enhance education, and I think this would be a great opportunity to have not just something that would serve the entire city, but even regionally. I think we do need to reposition ourselves as a city that is a major player in education in the entire region. This could be an opportunity for that. So I do support the priorities as far as an RFP with an emphasis on education. That would be my preference, and also especially for child education and special needs education, which is always lacking no matter how well we do it. So that is what I would like to see as far as operations are concerned. So what I'd like to see right now overall, to sum up, is we start off with we start the process of applying for grants for the building maintenance, put out an RFP, and then consider park dwelling fees as an option for improving the landscaping and overall integrating it with the park. Thank you.
Ms. Flory.
Well, I want to thank the members of the ad hoc committee. It was a board of 10 people. Pete Beard was our chairman, and Pete would be here tonight were it not for health issues that he's struggling with. Thank you very much to our library director, Judy Booth, because you did a beautiful job of incorporating the ad hoc committee's recommendations into the agenda report, and I think you've given us a roadmap for how to proceed. I can't thank Molly McClanahan enough, because at the first meeting, I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, what are they going to do with a couple of hundred different suggestions for uses for this facility? And Molly was able to take those suggestions, put them into categories, and come up with something that was cohesive and understandable for the committee to build on from that point forward. I agree with Barbara Kilponen that we need to take a shotgun approach to this, and we need to act on several fronts so that the activity of the ad hoc committee does not go to waste. I think tonight this council can look at agreeing on what the priorities should be as set forth in the first priority list of not the agenda letter, but from our ad hoc committee report. And that was for the first priority: literacy, art, culture, exhibits, museum uses, events, activities, and classes to support those activities. I also agree with Barbara that this is the sort of thing that will engender inspiration in our community, as we have seen with Hillcrest Park. Hillcrest Park, the master plan for Hillcrest Park was approved in 1996. We had our dedication of the fountain in August 2018. That's how long it took to get it done. So we need to start acting now. I think before we go out into the community and start asking for grants and donations, the prospective grantors and donors are going to have a vision of what we're talking about. And that is going to flow from the RFQ or the RFP. So to my lights, I think we should not cut off our noses to spite our faces, and we should contract with a professional to prepare an RFQ. And I also like Jane Reifer's 3 areas of emphasis to be included in that RF, request for qualifications, or request for proposal, whatever you have. But remember the lady about a month ago who came to City Council and was being feted for her work in putting Woodcrest Park together. And what she wanted to do was she wanted to plant some flowers at the park. And in her moving around her world in Fullerton, she ran into other people, the Kiwanis Club, that wanted to help contribute. And then the Kiwanis Club lady knew somebody at Subaru who wanted to do a grant. And pretty soon there was some meat there. There was something that happened, and the end result was that the entire park was renovated. And that is the kind of drumbeat we want to start with the Hunt Branch. So, in looking through this letters, I can agree with what every single other council person has said here. We establish our priorities. We set staff to work finding a person who can prepare a proper RFP. We ask that our planning and engineering staff come up with a prospective plan to redesign the entrance along both Pacific Avenue and to explore the possibilities of redesigning the entrance on Pacific Drive. These are all things we can do now. That we direct a request to the Parks and Rec Commission that the Hunt Library grounds be designated as a park, including the entire city-owned grounds. Does this include the Pooch Park? It might, but it's a possibility, and it's Parks and Rec would be the proper venue to explore that. Then another item has to do with the council directing the bicycle user subcommittee to evaluate bike paths along the railroad corridor from Independence Park with Hunt Library as a designation. That is something we can do immediately. And what does that do? That drums up more enthusiasm from bicyclists in the area. You know, we don't know what the form is going to be right now. We don't know what the uses will be, whether we can get the funding. But it's one of those things that if we start with those things that we can, that is Jennifer's remark that she says all the time, work with what you have. You start with working with what you have, and we have the resources to do each of those things that I'm talking about. We are the education community, and if you've been reading your LA Times this past week, on Sunday, Steve Lopez did a column on the dearth of library resources that are drying up in schools. It would be a shame if our education community lost the Hunt Branch Library, and I have completely turned around on this issue. I didn't know William Pereira from a hole in the ground, and I did not appreciate the significance of the library until I attended Alan Hess's seminar this past summer. And it was astonishing to me that such an asset could exist in our city, and I wouldn't know about it. But I quickly found out what an important part that the library played in the social life of the community. And where it is placed makes it even more important that we save it, because that is an area of our city that is neglected. It's park poor. And I think that it could rise again like a phoenix from the ashes. And all it takes is just a start. So if we are ready to do a motion, I move number 1, that we adopt the first priority uses as set forth on the page. And that is a starting point.
So just Councilmember Floyd, just so I'm clear, so in the study session, we can officially move items, right? I mean,
the recommendation is to direct staff
to
do certain things.
Nice.
Direct staff on prioritization of uses and or additional uses of the Hunt Branch Library for inclusion in a request for proposal. It appears that the request for proposal is the piece de resistance here. That seems to be the focus of what we should be doing here this evening. So that for certain, but I would include in that instructions to staff to work with Parks and Recs about designating the park portion of the property to be, let's see.
I think part of it's already a park, where the dog park is. That's part of the.
That's part of it already, but then there's additional 2.2 acres that the Hunt Branch the building itself sits on, and we should seek to designate that as a park so that we can put that into our part of our 5-year capital improvement plan. And if we can designate it as a park, including the entire city-owned grounds, then it's eligible for park dwelling fees.
Now, if we do that, would that restrict or add to the RFP that we're sending out? Will that increase the number of participants, or?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would always look to discuss this with the city attorney's office a little bit more. I believe at this point it may. I would like to, part of the action is to, or the action really is to get direction with regard to what uses do we put into the RFP and getting any additional direction. That action, as far as designating it as a city park, would likely go through the Community Services Commission. We can talk with the city attorney's office about what that means in the process. Also, even though some funds have been used for Pooch Park, whether that site or that parcel is technically designated, I'm not sure right now. So that'd be something that we would want to bring back. But again, that's a kind of a separate issue than directing forward.
But that doesn't need to hold up our decision to instruct staff to look for an RFP, because the fact of the matter is an RFP can be drafted in such a fashion that the proposed responder will look at that and know that that is a possibility that exists. But that shouldn't hold us up. Since I used the example of Hillcrest Park being approved in 1996 and the fountain not being dedicated until 2018, maybe we can show that we have a little more mettle than past city councils and move this forward.
Oh yeah, and I would move to have staff send out an RFP for the priority uses and start with that so we can get that out. And then we can further take a look at the other items. But like you said, let's get this RFP out. So the
Bicycle Users Task Force, we can do that, bam, right now. Let's do that right now.
But
so since this is a study session, I think our motion is to agendize this for to be a regular item on our regular meeting to issue the RFP. I mean, we can direct staff to bring that back to us.
And other tangential issues that we can act on right away.
Right.
As indicated by the comments of the council.
Right. So all the first priority uses, that's what we want in the RFP.
So would you like us...
specific maps. We want...
So you want us to actually bring back an RFP for your blessing versus bring back another action that would then direct us to issue an RFP?
I mean, I think we're all there to RFP time, so I think we should get moving.
RFP for those three
if we can, from a study session, actually do that. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, and the study session was to get direction from you so that we could formalize the RFP and send it out as soon as possible. Right. So
I was suggesting that we hire somebody to prepare an RFP that will sing something that will interest people in responding. I mean, do we have a staff member that has the time to cut away from their normal activities, or can we get something that's really glitzy to send out there? How much would it cost? Does anybody have any idea at all?
We could
Well,
always.
I think we should leave that up to our city manager, myself. I mean, he's the manager of staff, so if he thinks that there are staff that have the expertise and the time to develop an RFP, then I think that's up to him.
And
we'll
the
give
one
them
thing
the
is, this,
option
the staff understands this.
I
is
think it's up to
essential
us.
importance.
I think it's up to us to do that or not.
Well, I would agree. Let's have the city manager look at it, and if we don't have enough personnel to expedite this process, then
That's perfect.
We can give him the authority to hire somebody out as soon as he determines, can we do it on staff, or do we need to?
If it's coming back to city council anyway, then city manager can say, hey, I can get, this person for $25,000 to put together an RFP. Are you okay with that? Right? That can be part of the agenda item.
Well, again, I'm kind of hearing two different things. If you want me to you want me to do an assessment whether we have the staff capacity to do an RFP or whether we seek an external person. So we'd have to look at the different groups that are out there that could put together an RFP, would review this meeting to understand the different directions given. That person would more than likely also want to meet individually with you, review the information from the ad hoc committee. We could bring that RFP back for a blessing to go out.
All right, so let's do this. Why don't we just, I move to have you send out an RFP, have the staff put it out so we can get that expedited and brought back to us. Do we want to set a certain date, end of June? To how long will it take you to create the RFP and send it out?
I'd have to
4 weeks.
I'm going to say 6 weeks.
All right.
So
then we'll do that. We'll bring a RFP, move to have staff create and put out an RFP for the priority, the first priority of the ad hoc committee.
Bring it back at the July 2nd meeting?
Bring it back at this.
Remember, this RFP has a lot of moving pieces. This is not going to be your normal kind of thing. This is a piece of property that's on the National Register of Historic Places. This isn't your general, variety of going out and asking for concrete bids. This is something that's much more complex.
Well, if it does get complex, we can always extend the time. But I'm like you, Councilmember Flory. I want to get this rolling. So I think giving him the authority to put this out, and if there's a roadblock, we can always, readdress that or.
But what if we don't have a staff member who can do this, who just doesn't have the time to do it?
Well, again, Mr. Mayor, members of council, first, we understand the importance of this and that the council wants the RFP, for lack of better terms, to sing its praises and to solicit itself to all those folks who would be our partners. So we'll look to not just have a standard RFP going out, but to also to seek where we send that. In my discussion with our directors, then I will look at, do we have the capacity to do it? If not, then I will go ahead and authorize a part-time staff or a consultant firm to come in to assist us with that. So
all right.
We understand that the need is to get this RFP out to make it a great RFP so that we can have a great proposal brought back to us.
All right. And can we concurrently have our Parks and Rec Commission check out the possibilities of designating the 2.2 acres of the Hunt Branch park site designated as park grounds so that we can get it on the 5-year capital improvement plan?
If that is a request and it's seconded, then we can bring that back.
I'd second that.
We can bring that back.
I just don't want that to get in the way of getting enough people interested in the RFP if we make it into a Parks and Rec.
I think it can be written as either or. The possibility exists such that,
all right,
so that people can do, their response can be a 2-step or 2. And then the third thing I would ask for a second on is the bicycle user subcommittee, because I think that was not a throwaway suggestion, but the bicycle user subcommittee has come up with some recommendations that are beginning to change the face of our city. And I think that might really gin up some enthusiasm for Hunt Branch Library.
I can second that as well.
Thank you.
And is that railroad abandoned already? I don't think it is.
I haven't seen a train on it for a long time.
But I know.
Well, the railroad immediately north of Basque is the active railroad. There's a spur element that then does peel south that goes to the Walnut Treslow that we actually do own in that area.
Okay.
And then as it goes north around the Adelina Park neighborhood, it is partially used for the industrial, but then that along the berm is abandoned. But there's multiple elements to it.
All right, and a fourth suggestion I would have, if for no other reason than to satisfy Mr. Hallstrom, is to get a report on the landscaping at the Hunt Branch Library. He is talking about branches hanging over the building itself, and I don't think it would take too much to get our landscaping people out there to do an assessment.
Oh, we can easily do that.
Yeah, just a report back to the council in general, because he's raised the issue so many times that I think it's time for the council to be briefed on exactly what is the situation out there.
Well, this is the first time I've heard it for the Hunt Branch, but we can...
I heard it every single meeting of the ad hoc committee.
Oh, we haven't heard it here, but I mean, the city manager, I think you've been very responsive to him in making sure that he understands what our arborist is doing, and you've met with him on multiple occasions.
I even helped him carry plants on Saturday at the Love Fullerton.
Because that's the kind of guy you are.
Yeah. All right. So is that enough direction, Mr. City Manager?
More than enough.
All right.
You give me the votes, and I'll go forward.
All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. We move forward. And then with that, we will adjourn the study session and move to our regular meeting. Do we need to take a 5-minute break, or we go push forward? All right, let's push forward then. All right. Are they okay? So if you're out there waiting for the regular session to start, come on in. Yeah. As soon as we call in Brian, and then you want to do the pledge, Mr. Whitaker? All right. I thought we were going to push through. We just...
Yes, ma'am. That's right. Yeah, there's plenty. Okay, I told him about it. Okay, now that I've done that, I need... Jerry, we always plug it into here. So he needs to open that meeting. Oh, it's locked though.
When he's done talking to the mayor, Stephen, he can get you set up. I'm
Okay.
sure he has somewhere in mind.
Very good.
No, that's good.
You just can't have that. It's all yours. Okay. Hi there. I don't have a key to get into here.
Let's bring us out to order, please. And at this time, I'd like to call the May 7, 2019 meeting to order. Madam Clerk, if you would.
Mayor Silva?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald? Here. Councilmember Flory? Here. Councilmember Whitaker?
Here.
Councilmember Zara?
Here.
Perfect. And at this time, I'd like to call Pastor Brian Flores up to do our invocation.
If you would bow your head with me this evening. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We ask tonight, Lord, for your wisdom as we discern through initiatives, Father God, that you would be with us, Lord. We pray for wisdom, Lord, for that discernment. We pray for your peace and love to build unity. Lord God, we pray for the courage to continue to protect, Lord, our city, its residents, our officials. We pray for your protection over our police officers, our firefighters, and all of our first responders, Lord God. We pray for our students, Lord. We pray for our teachers. We pray for our educational administrators, Lord. May you continue to bless them, Lord. May you continue to bless our students in their studies and their endeavors as they are our future leaders. Lord, we pray for the residents of this city. May you bless them. May you protect them. May you protect these streets. May you bless the business owners, the nonprofit organizations, the churches, the parks in this city, Lord. May all of the things that are put in motion here tonight, Lord, be used for the building up and the bringing together of this community that you have entrusted to us. We ask all of these things in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Whitaker, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, please rise. And we often rush through this Pledge of Allegiance, and we sometimes miss the very most important, the first word. So I'd like to begin slowly and say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Attorney, are there any items to report out from closed session?
No, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no reportable action was taken.
Perfect. And do any council members have any ex parte communication they wish to announce? Seeing none. All right. So we will move on to our presentations. And first up, we have the Friends of Jazz and Miss Jennifer Hart. Okay, we'll make sure we...
Okay, everybody got it? Are we ready? One, two, play. Good evening. These students are from Sunset Lane Elementary School, and this instrument is called a recorder. It is a very easy instrument to learn how to play, and I am with an organization called Friends of Jazz. We offer a recorder program to all the elementary schools in the city of Fullerton. It's a 10-week program. We give the students a recorder and a book and a teacher. And we offer this in 4th grade because in 5th grade they have the opportunity to join a band. So because this is an easy instrument to learn how to play, it's kind of an hors d'oeuvre course for the kids to learn if they like being in a band, if they like playing with others, or maybe it's not their thing at all. Maybe they would rather play basketball. So anyway, these students volunteered to come and play for you tonight, and so we're very glad that they did. And that song, of course, in 4th grade they learn about the missions and the beginning of this country. So we learned a song called "Oh Susanna" because that is written by one of the very first composers in the United States, Stephen Foster. So we will now play a patriotic song, which is called "America." All right, and we want to thank all the parents who took time out of their busy days to bring all the kids here tonight. So thank you, parents. Would you stand up? Will the parents of these kids stand up? Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have one parent from Sunset Lane School who is sitting up there on the city council, and she is the reason.
My son didn't quite make the cut to come here tonight. That was awesome, guys. I'm so glad that you could join us tonight and come share your music with all of us. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, our final song is a little Dixieland song. It's taken from, I think it started out to be called "Hold That Tiger," but we decided to be a little more eco-friendly, and we made it "Save That Tiger." So the kids really like to play this one. And Friends of Jazz has been in existence about 20 years. We have programs for all the levels of the school. We start in the elementary school with the recorder program, and then we have on Saturday afternoons from May to March, we have a... March to May? From March to May, yes. I'm not nervous. So we have, what's the name of that restaurant? Florentines in downtown Fullerton. We have every Saturday afternoon a showcase for a high school band. All the high schools in Orange County come, and they play from 1 to 3, and we give a stipend to the band itself, and we give a scholarship to one of the best players of the band. And then we give a lot of money to the music department of Fullerton College and Cal State Fullerton. So the Friends of Jazz organization is dedicated to keeping music in the schools. And we have our vice president here, Mr. Jerry Wolf. Did you bring any? Yeah. Okay. And we have Judy McFadden, who is also in charge, on the board, in charge of the recorder program. And if you think it's a very worthwhile program and you would like to join, Mr. Wolf has some brochures.
I'll have them outside.
And he'll have them outside.
And we raise all of our money by?
We raise all of our money by having parties. So, if you all like to party, come and join our ranks, and we'll party together, and we'll keep programs like this going.
90% of our money goes to charity, back to the kids, right?
Yes, 90% of our money goes back into
back to the program.
To the programs.
Okay. You like that? And we have no paid volunteers.
And we have no paid volunteers.
She's not a volunteer.
I am not a volunteer.
You have to be a volunteer.
Okay.
She's paid, but she's a independent contractor.
Okay. Thank you, kids. You want to take a bow?
Yeah.
Did a great job.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Right here. Go. On 3. 1, 2, and 3.
You look at here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Sunset Lane, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. And Ms. Hart, thank you for bringing all these fine young kids. All right. We'll see you guys. There you go. All right. Here. So thank you again. And young lady. All right. You guys did a great job. Fourth in how many years? What's the
Fourth. My kids,
like
fourth and second.
Three? Oh, okay. We don't want to bring that.
I know.
So you've been all right. So, all right. So, this next presentation is close to heart because I was coaching high school basketball for a number of years, and they've just accomplished what every coach and player wishes to accomplish: play the last game of the season and hold that trophy up. Right. So, great job, guys. Yeah. Team, why don't you guys come up here, and I'll present the certificate. And after they come up, we want to have the guys come up and stand in front of them.
We'll have to stand in front of them.
Come on up, guys. So congratulations. I know the grind and the commitment, dedication. Good job, guys. Good job. Thank you. Good job. Congratulations. on staying focused and on task, right? Hey, where are the coaches at? Hey, hi. Perry Webster. All right, and I know your assistant. Yeah, he's part of Tom Burrell and McKay. All right.
Y'all got any more room to go back? Like, just a little bit? Sorry. There we go. That's what you get for being 6'7".
All right. So at this point, again, this is going to be a habit with our Fullerton College. At least the fall and winter teams, we keep winning or getting to the championship game. So congratulations, Fullerton College men's basketball team, presented in recognition to Fullerton College men's basketball team on their 4th state championship in the California Community College Athletic Association. The Fullerton City Council and all the citizens of Fullerton congratulate Fullerton College men's basketball team on this accomplishment and extend to them our best wishes, every success in the years ahead. And we want to make sure we're here again next year at this time, all right? And just on a note, like I said, having done this for about 10 years, and Coach Guerrero and I were rival high school coaches. He was much better than I when I was, just to make that clear. I understand the grind. I get the commitment. And coaches, I understand that at the end of the day, you're getting $2 an hour to coach, but you do it for the love of it. And players, congratulations, because the focus that you maintain, the dedication that you've shown, and the commitment, it was displayed on the basketball court, but that type of commitment will carry you forward as you move on past the basketball court. So congratulations, everyone. Great job, and let's do it again next year, all right? Thank you. Good job, guys. And we're not done yet. We have the Office of Assemblywoman Quirk-Silvas. We've got also a recognition from the state.
That's good. Hi, everyone. So on behalf of Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk-Silva, who represents Fullerton in the California State Assembly, congratulations on your victory. Thank you so much for bringing the state championship win home to the city of Fullerton. Fullerton College is such an exceptional school. The Assemblywoman actually attended that university. So thank you so much, and thanks for bringing this win home to Fullerton.
Yeah, right here. All right, I always wanted to do this. Championship trophy. All right.
Well, can you all look at me real quick? Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Wait, Bruce, I didn't get you in there. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
All right, here we go, guys. Right here on 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
All right. Yeah, look at this. I'll give you guys the fight next one. Coach, again, thanks for all you do. I mean, I know it's a grind and commitment that we don't over here. So, this commitment to you also all right, here you go, Coach. All right. Thank you guys again. And young lady,
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Easy,
Congrats. Thank you very much.
athletic assistant. All right.
Hey guys, way to go.
Thank you.
Good job.
My
Congrats. Thank you. Hey, congrats. Thank you.
All right, man. Congratulations.
Way to go, you guys.
Oh my goodness.
Good to be champs, isn't it? Hey, congrats. Hey, congrats to you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And we'll just, you can just read those. We don't need to.
All right. And one last item, a couple of proclamations that we're taking on. And so this week is Drinking Water Week. So whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, and whereas only tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life we enjoy, and whereas any measure of a successful society, economic growth and diversity, productivity and public safety is in some ways related to the access to safe water, and whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure upon which further generations depend, and whereas each citizen of our city is called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues by getting to know their water. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, Jesus Silva, Mayor of the City of Fullerton, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby designate May 5 through 11, 2019 as Drinking Water Week in the city of Fullerton. So everyone, please make sure you drink water. Thank you. Ms. Ryan, there you go. And then we've got one more here real quickly. National Public Works Week. That begins the week of May 19th through the 25th. And I'm not going to read all the items, but I will read a couple. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vitally important to creating sustainable and resilient communities. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and children in Fullerton to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest in the importance of public works and public works programs in our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jesus Silva, Mayor of the City of Fullerton, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby designate May 19th through the 25th as National Public Works Week, celebrating public works professionals and the substantial contributions they make for protecting public health, safety, and the quality of life. And all you public work employees and staff, members of the city, thank you for what you do. And Ms. McWade, thank you for what you do. All right, so that brings us to our public comments. Again, public comments, if you're here to speak on an item that is not on the agenda and is within our purview, please come up, and if you can, hand the public speaking form to Ms. Williams. And at this point, Madam Clerk, how many public comments do we have?
8 slips.
8 slips. All right, if you can come up and...
If I can, I do know that a couple members of the public wanted to poll a couple items. If I could also just let folks know that if you poll an item, it does go to the end of the meeting. If you just wanted to comment on an item, because I know there was a couple requests for one of the parking items, if you wanted to support it or to oppose it, then you could do so during public comments. If you do pull it, it is not heard right now. It goes to the end of the meeting when we would have normally had the consent calendar.
Okay, so if you were...
You make comments right now on the consent calendar. So you can make...
I know.
Or let me check with the... Hold on.
If we... Yeah, because... Hasn't it been policy that if we want to comment on consent items, we have to pull them? And if we pull them, they go to the end of the regular session?
At this time, you can make comments on both items that are not on or on the consent calendar. Unless you do pull them, then they go to the end of the regular session, as they would have under the old system. So, Madam City Clerk, can you clarify that?
I'm a little confused now.
Yeah, let me have the City Clerk clarify.
I'm trying to pull up the resolution. It's not in your books yet. We're waiting for the final okay on it. Yes, if they want to pull items from the consent calendar, they will be heard at the end of the meeting per the latest resolution you adopted.
When is the public comments for a consent calendar? Like, if they wanted to comment on the consent calendar, do they do that right now or right before the consent calendar is heard?
They would come to the regular public comments to request to pull consent items.
Okay, but if they just wanted to comment on a consent item, would they come to it right now to comment?
Not to
pull it, but to just
right.
comment.
Usually people pull it to comment on it. So, yeah.
Not if they're there just to support something.
Yeah.
Right. It's
So-
at the discretion of the council, though.
So, Mr. Mayor, we could clean that up in the resolution, but what I'd recommend is that if they're just to comment, support, or oppose, or to make a comment on it, that it be done during this time, so
Yes.
that they don't have to pull the item.
Well,
Right.
well, if that, because then that defeats the purpose or our policy of moving the items and pulling them and bringing them to the end. We'll allow it this time, but if you're going to comment on a consent item, I would really request that you keep it short and simple, But if you want to take your 3 minutes, we're going to ask you to pull the item and then come back and speak to it for that long. But if you just want to, I guess, a short, quick statement on support, we'll do that. We'll do that along with the public comments. But let's refine it. Give me a second. Let's refine it so that if someone wants to speak on a consent item, they have to pull it, and then we'll put it at the end of the line, like our policy is indicated. If you wish to pull an item, you come up here and you let us know, and then we'll pull it, and then that'll be carried, and we'll hear it at the end of the regular items on the calendar. So right now, if we'll allow this, but just if you're just going to support it and say, I agree. If it's quick, great. But if it goes too long, we may just have to carry it to the back. Does that make sense?
Is there anything being pulled right now?
Yes. So we'll get to it. Let me announce what's being pulled. So items 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9. Those items are being pulled.
Mr. Mayor, I do apologize. If I can ask the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, can we have regular public comments right now? And can we adjust the agenda so that right before the consent calendar, there can be comments on the consent calendar items? And at that time, if somebody wants it pulled, be it the city council or others, we can make that. So this would be the time to comment on matters that are not on the agenda. And then at the discretion of the city council, right before the consent, they can have a public comment for the consent. And then at that time, it could also be asked if any needs to be pulled.
That would comply with the Brown Act. The Brown Act only requires that you allow public comment before any discussion or action taken on an item. So that would be Brown Act compliant. And it sounds like we just might need to clean up our procedures for a future meeting.
So, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay, that's what I'd recommend at this time, is that at this time, the public comments are as normal, which are for any item not on the agenda. And then right before the consent calendar, you ask for any members of council or any members of the public that want to pull a consent item so we can understand that. And then prior to taking a vote on the consent calendar, anybody who just wants to comment on one of those consent items can do so at that time.
We'll allow it this time, but this is just, it just goes against what we established a while ago. It defeats it. So, all right, we'll go with it this time. All right, first speaker.
Let me just zoom this out before my time starts.
Make sure you pull your microphone down too, okay?
My name is Todd Harrison, and I am one of the endangered residents of Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for listening to me again. You spoke before about the actions you take being for all in our city of Fullerton, not specific to a single place. So tonight I will talk to you about the general case and show you why broad action will be necessary, preferably in advance of the larger crisis to come. The first time this whole issue came before the council on April 2nd, the on-topic speaker before me was Mr. Clay Haig, representing the owners of Tree Country Place Mobile Home Park. Before warning all of you about the likely legal expenses of defending any actions you take, he took pains to distinguish those owners from Mr. Saunders, the new owner of Rancho La Paz. He described them and himself as caring landlords, ones that impose small rent increases as their costs go up, ones that care about their residents, ones that do not place maximizing their income before all considerations of the human cost of their actions. But for them and the owners of all of the other mobile home parks in Fullerton, on the screen there, that will inevitably change. No matter how committed to being human and humane he is now, tens of millions of dollars will come knocking on his door. Big money has discovered mobile home parks as an exploitable, profitable market, and in the future, the corporation and other park owners will be targeted. Even if Mr. Haig and the others could resist now, what of the future? There is too much profit to be made by the uncaring for the 5 parks besides Rancho La Paz to survive long in their present condition. Not taking concrete steps to protect all the mobile home park residents of the city of Fullerton risks all of them facing predatory increases and for many the loss of what was going to be their final home. It is not just the Rancho La Paz residents that face rents growing to more than their entire monthly income. Ultimately, that will be the threat to every City of Fullerton mobile home park resident. These new owners are only focused on the profit to be made and do not have any care for the often senior citizens' lives that they destroy or the social impact on the communities into which they discard these previously long-term contributors to the City of Fullerton. Inaction by this council will see Mr. Saunders' well-documented history repeated again and again by other predators like him. Yes, equity protection and rent stabilization are a political live wire and carry predictable future legal issues, but all of you are here to represent and protect the residents of Fullerton from predators bigger and more powerful than any single resident. I respectfully ask you to do the right, humane thing and do the hard things for those that put you in the seats and now ask you to stand up for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, and just again, watch the clock, and I'm going to be a little more tight with our time this week. Thank you.
You can come on up. I'll be our way in just a sec.
Hi, my name is Cindy Von Kohlen. I am a resident of Fullerton. I attended the forum on deciding whether cannabis businesses should be allowed in Fullerton last night. There was a forum on it. And I heard Councilman Zara stress the fact that Fullerton is financially in dire straits, I guess, and that we would need the revenue from these cannabis plants and dispensaries to help pay for more policemen, firemen, and fill our streets. But I'm confused because we passed a state gas tax, which I thought on the ballot said that would cover more policemen, more firemen, and help fix our streets. So I'm wondering what our city is doing with all of that higher gas tax money that's coming from that state and from that revenue. What are we doing with that if we still need more revenue from bringing cannabis factories and dispensaries into our city? That's just my question. I'm confused. I don't understand why we need to bring this into the city if we have revenue already from the state gas tax that we passed. I'm personally affected by marijuana, is what we called it in my age. My son is one of your Fullerton homeless on the streets because he started with smoking marijuana. It wasn't a big enough high, so he went to cocaine, LSD, and now opioids. He is 50 years old, and for 38 years, he's been a drug addict on the streets of Fullerton, California. This has affected my life extremely negatively. Everyone in our family that has loved and cared for him, it's affected our lives. You talk so much about worrying about the homeless in our city. And believe me, I believe truly down to the deep of my heart that bringing this into our city will create more homelessness. I work at the Fullerton Food Pantry, and there's drug addicts, homeless drug addicts, that come past me every single day looking for food and clothing. And it's a problem. So I'm asking you to reconsider or find out where the state tax gas money is going. And hopefully it's being spent the correct way so we don't need revenue from this type of activity in our city. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you.
My name is Hildy Reese, and I'm representing myself. The city of Fullerton has reconstructed the street Wilshire, which I live on. I've been in my residence for 21 years, and for 21 years, almost, there's been water in the gutter out in front. And I've been fighting for 2 years, mosquito bites on my legs. I'm a health coach, so I'm trying to get healthy again. I'm 81. And for a while, with the street fixed, my gutter was waterless, which was really nice. And I noticed the other day that water is back, and my landlady's son went out in front, and he said it's because it's lower in front of my house than the rest of the street. And so I'm asking that maybe you could ask the contractor that fixed the street to raise the area in front of my house so that it could flow on down instead of being stagnant right in front of my house. Thank you very much. And I want to tell you, I appreciate the fact that you had a pastor come here and pray for our country. I'm a Christian, and I do believe that the Lord is coming soon, and we all need to keep our Jesus suits on and keep our connection to Him in good order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucinda, did that last speaker turn in a speaker slip so we know how to contact her? Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dana Cisneros. I am the managing attorney of the Cannabis Corporate Law Firm. It is news to me that you all had a forum last night, so I apologize if...
It wasn't us.
It was a community event?
It was in the city, but it was not the city. It was
the Neighborhood United for Fullerton, NUF, the organization.
Okay. So if you are aware of what they discussed, I apologize if I'm echoing some of the comments that were probably made there. I represent operators within the legal system that California has implemented pursuant to Prop 64, and those looking to join the legal system and come out of the unregulated market. I've looked at some of your numbers. You have a budget issue, as far as I can tell. You're projecting a $200,000 shortfall this year, and $8.5 million shortfall in your general fund, and $1.2 million for capital improvements next year. Cannabis can absolutely help you solve that problem from a fiscal perspective. For example, this year, 10 licenses at $20,000 each for community benefits to support Fullerton would cure your problem. We've seen cities throughout Southern California in bankruptcy or close to bankruptcy come back with $10 million reserves, for example, in Desert Hot Springs. I would request that you consider sponsoring a tax initiative rather than having your citizens do it. Council members tend to make better policy decisions, and you can work with your city attorney. 2020 is an election year. You can have a tax on your ballot pursuant to Prop 218 to allow for tax revenues to be generated. You can use development agreements to solicit funds from more well-qualified or well-funded operators who I'm certain will be happy to pay to help get the ball rolling and then offset any future tax revenue that would be raised pursuant to a ballot measure. Delivery is allowed within the state of California into any city. And what that means for Fullerton is that your residents are able to have cannabis delivered to their door, and you are not making a dime off of it. You're not regulating it. You are not doing anything to protect your citizens from unlawful deliveries, from unlicensed operators. These all pose significant public health concerns. Additionally, cannabis provides skilled labor for our workforce, and we are looking 6 to 8 months down the line anyways because of the dual licensing structure within California. So California requires both city and state approvals. And if you don't implement some sort of cannabis regulation, I can promise you that another city in Orange County will. Currently, Santa Ana has a monopoly on cannabis activities. Costa Mesa has a few activities. None of them are retail. I've been authorized by one of my clients to come here and offer my services to you to help draft an ordinance. I can send it to your city attorney. And I have here, if I can leave with the clerk, some little pamphlets for you guys to review. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jensen Hallstrom. First off, I would like to thank everybody that came out for our Love Fullerton Serve Day this last Saturday, and to really prove that we are a community that want to give back and want to engage in community projects. I myself led a native planting over at Hillcrest Park on the hillside near the picnic grounds to stabilize the slope and to provide for wildlife and improve the aesthetics of the park. My public comment tonight is regarding Coyote Hills. I still believe that all 510 acres of the property can be reserved.
So hold on. I think we have that on the
on the agenda?
Yes, on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. Also, I would like to again inquire upon the progress of our city's urban forest management plan. Despite the the contact that I've left on my public comment form, really I haven't really been reached out to or engaged to learn any more about this plan. I keep bothering you guys about it, but I'm not hearing any answers. And like I've described, there are hazardous conditions in almost all of our parks and trails, especially even a Hilcher Park Trail is seeing large trees fail. Somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody will get hurt or potentially killed. I feel like this is an issue that's just been, pushed to the side historically. And I want to know what action can be taken to, improve our city's urban forest and the condition of its trees. And I still feel like I haven't made any progress coming here and speaking to you. I feel like nothing's really been addressed or updated or anything of that nature. So I want to hear what our progress is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and council members. My name is June Perez, and I guarantee you I will not be as eloquent as Mr. Harris was when he spoke for Rancho La Paz. I am coming from a more personal viewpoint. First of all, I'm here because I want to keep Rancho La Paz in the forefront of your thinking. July 16th is, close, but we still haven't come to any real conclusion as to what's going on, and we have had one meeting. I hope that you'll think of the people that are in the park. We are now bringing in food, donated food, and dispersing it 2 Saturdays a month for some of our residents in the park. And as there are so many facets to homelessness, I hope that you personally, please think about our position. My husband and I'm sure I told you this before, but we came here 5 years ago, bought a $200,000 mobile home, and our rent is going to $1,094 in 2.5 months or so. And there is absolutely nothing on the books in California or in the county or in the city of Fullerton that would prevent Mr. Saunders from raising our rent immediately again. There's nothing there yet. I know that there are people in the legislature of our state that are working diligently to get those set in place. But right now, we don't have anything to protect us. We need you. We need you to help us and to not think of us as something that can be put aside. We are part, or we will be part of that homeless community. And unless we leave the state of California, there's no place in Southern California that we can live. There is nothing. And I'm asking you, please don't forget us and keep us at the forefront. I'm sure you're aware of the legislation that is out there. Please at least read it, and if you can be be in tune with it and help us to be able to keep our homes. And again, I offer my home open to you to come and visit and see and know the people of Rancho La Paz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Perez, I have a question. Ms. Perez?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It has to do with the fact you mentioned food banks that are serving food twice a month in your park. Is that necessary because of rent increases that have been experienced, or was that residents who are having financial problems already?
They're seniors, most of them, that...
was their rent raised, is the question. It's just yes or no.
Well, there is one lady that shared with our homeowners association. I don't know if you're aware of it. We did organize. We are a 501c3.
I thought all of the rent raises had been abated, that they were not going to go into effect until September. Is that correct?
Yes,
or no?
that is correct. But as time flies and nothing...
No, I get that. I just want to know, why are you serving food? It's not because of the rent increases that have occurred. It's because there were people in trouble already.
Yes, there were a few. Yes, that's right. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I have a quick statement regarding the speaker forum. I love the fact that we can check it and have a phone call, but because of oftentimes so many people want to speak, they used to have the speaker number up on the right-hand side and 10 people would come up at a time. Can that be brought back? Because if you have everybody along the aisle or along the wall, it can clog up things pretty bad, and us old fogies can't stand all that long, and if I sit down, that's going to even block it more, and other people would be sitting down too. So I'd love the idea of going back to the 10 people at a time, and then the rest of us can stay at our seat. If that's possible to bring back, I'd surely appreciate it. Thank you for listening, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Silva. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, miembros del concilio y el concejal Silva. Mi nombre es Ilse Miranda. My name is Ilse Miranda, and I've been living in the city of Fullerton for 26 years. Very happy. I am here tonight. Estoy aquí esta noche to tell you about Orange Thorpe, the road on Orange Thorpe. The roads. Es la calle, is the street between Euclid and Richmond. I have to go through the street or avenue every single day, and it's really, really in poor condition. There's holes, and the way that the city covers them is really, really bad. There's a little bit of rocks. Como las tapan muy feo, y se hacen unas rocas. So I go through every single day and just holding the steering wheel like if I'm in a road, like big old truck, you know what I mean. Si saben lo que estoy tratando de decir, una troca de esas de piedras. So I'm asking you if you could please maybe do some type of research or some type of maybe ask for funds, federal funds or something that I want to help out too. If there's anything that I could do to maybe repair that road, I'm willing to do it. Si hay algo que yo puedo hacer para reparar esa calle, I know a lot of the city's roads are really bad. Yo ya sé que están muy mal. Comparando de Anaheim, Brea y todas las ciudades, comparing Anaheim, Brea and all the cities around us, you could tell when you pass through the 91, you're coming from Anaheim, you pass the 91 freeway, and you start hearing and going crazy. So please, I don't know how had to ask you to get some funds, please, and then fix the road, especially today, Orangethorpe, in between Euclid and Richmond. Ahí es donde yo vivo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mayor Silville and council members, the proposed water rate increase jeopardizes the sustainability of our drinking water by ignoring conservation. Residents conserving water are penalized, while residents who use large quantities of water are encouraged to use more water because of the low cost per 1,000 gallons that you are proposing. My neighbor, when he received the rate increase notice, he said, "Oh, it's not so bad," because I'd been complaining about it. And I told him, it's bi-monthly. Your bill is bi-monthly. The notice is monthly. And this is misleading to the public. And it's your responsibility to get out to the public that it is the bi-monthly rate increase, because for a 1-inch meter, it goes from whatever, 17 or 18 bucks to $84. That's a lot for people who are conserving water. I did ask by letter to Director McCabe for a list of all residents who use less than the average amount of water that was listed in the report, and that was denied. Somehow you need to tell the residents that they have to compare the new meter rate to on a bi-monthly basis, which is how they're billed, because otherwise it's unfairly to them. And we only have until June 4th to protest this increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jose Trinidad Castaneda. The first item I wanted to talk about was the Fullerton Sports User Group policy that is coming to the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting on the Monday, May 13th. And I have been searching the city's archives for a draft of that document, and if it comes out 3 days before the commission meeting, great, we'll have access to it then. It's on the website. I just had trouble finding it, so if I could get some help with that.
Yes, council member, it is on the homepage. It's on the Parks and Recreation website, and it's accessible. If I could make a clarification while we're at this, we will be actually taking that policy to the June meeting. There are a few other cleanup items to make. There's been some progress, but I take the opportunity to just clarify that right now. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. I must have checked before it was updated, like right after the council meeting. So the second thing I wanted to talk about was the consent calendar item 3, and just very quickly.
Wait. You're going to pull it? It's a proposal, so you have to wait.
Okay, then I'll wait for that.
All right. Thank you. Yes, right, everything. Yeah. All right, next.
Hello, good evening. My name is Egret Nuncio, a long-time resident here at Fullerton. First, I want to thank our wonderful mayor, Mr. Silva, and all the council for all the great job that you guys do for us. And I have my list of things that I would like to bring. And one of them is when we're going to have in the agenda for the rename of the Mid-Block Street, to change it to Tommy de la Rosa, because I think it was supposed to be in April, and now we're in May. When we're going to bring it back, please, to work with our community for this issue that we want to bring and uplift our district number 5. And you see, and that is a good faith of all the neighbors that we are, you see, we are our police department, and we're against gangs and all the drugs that is happening in our neighborhood. The second is, please revise the implementation of a protected left and right turn arrows in the intersection of Valencia and Lemon. We have several accidents. That is in the corner where is Maple Elementary, and we have almost every day we have accidents. We have you see video. We share this. We already have a meeting with Mr. Flagstaff, with traffic engineering, and I think it was not possible to put the green arrow, but please, we would like to revise this again, because it's happened over and over. Some, they are revised. You see some people report these accidents, some they are not report, but we want something to get done. And now come the things. Thank you, Mayor, for all your support in all our events. Our wonderful fire department to give us pancakes, you see, and we have in Richmond Elementary, and our police department, you see, our chief for being every single event that we have in the city, and congratulate every single mom. Thank you, Miss Fitzgerald. Thank you, Miss Flory. Thank you all the moms that are here in the room and they are watching us. It's not just, in Fullerton, United States, all around the world. I think it's the hardest job that don't get paid well, and it requires a lot of sacrifice. And I think it's one day when men have to buy flowers, no matter how much they cost, and take their wife, sisters, mothers, you see, for all the job they do. And thank you so much, and I hope you revise and hear our petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, señores cónsules y Mayor Silva.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Silva.
Quería pedirles, por favor, que si podían ayudar para poner una señal para evitar accidentes en Valencia y Lemon.
I came here tonight to ask if you could put a signal, turn signal on the corner of Valencia and Lemon to avoid accidents on that intersection.
Sabemos que son muchas las cosas que hacen un accidente, pero en área de escuela es muy importante que los niños estén seguros.
We know it's important to avoid accidents wherever they may be, but it's very important to prevent them next to our schools.
Mi siguiente tema es, por favor, pedirles sobre la calle, renombrar la calle Tommy de la Rosa, ya que es muy importante para nosotros, la comunidad, mandar un diferente, como una señal, algo diferente a nuestros niños.
There's a lot going on there. Otra vez, por favor. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Necesitamos mandar algo diferente, mensajes diferentes a nuestros niños, ya que el área de Valencia o Gilbert, hay áreas específicas donde hay mucho drogas y muchas pandillas. Tristemente nuestros hijos, mis hijos, están con niños que están en pandillas.
So we need to send a different message, a more positive message, especially in areas near Gilbert Elementary and Maple, where there's a lot of risk of drugs, and to rename the Midtown Street to Tommy de la Rosa to.
Como padres es muy importante, ya que quiero mandar un mensaje claro para mis hijos y que esa vida no es buena.
As parents, it's really important to us to send the message that kind of life is not a good path.
Mi siguiente tema es, por favor, pedirles ayuda para arreglar la calle de Orange Store. Es terrible cuando pasamos por ahí.
And my next topic is to ask for your help fixing Orange Thorpe.
Y lo último, gracias por todo lo que hacen y también gracias por arreglar Valencia por el área de Brocos y también la calle de Brocos.
And finally, thank you so much for your help and for fixing Valencia near Brookhurst.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes o buenas noches. Soy María Sandoval y soy residente de Fullerton desde 1991. El motivo por el que me encuentro aquí, soy líder de la comunidad y hemos venido aquí a hablar con el señor, la señora Nunzi, a hablar sobre la flecha que queremos, que si nos pueden hacer el favor de ponernos en la Lemon y la Valencia en la escuela La
Okay, un momento. Jose, do you want to try and get some of that?
Disculpe. Good evening, council members. My name is
María Sandoval.
María Sandoval, and I came to ask for you to make a decision to change the name, Proteger la Flecha?
No, so she wants that request that we put a turn signal on Lemon and Valencia.
Okay.
¿Verdad? All right.
Flecha is something totally different in Zacatecas, so.
Yo tengo videos de cada accidente que pasan, cada 2 meses, en veces hasta 3 accidentes por mes pasan en la Lemon y la Valencia. Al cruzar.
I have videos from so many accidents. Every 2 months, there's almost 3 accidents.
Y el motivo por el que estoy aquí es porque quiero que me ayuden. Necesitamos su ayuda porque es un peligro para los niños de la escuela Maple.
The reason why I'm here is because we need your help. It's really dangerous for our children near Maple.
Y espero que esta vez se oiga mi voz porque los residentes no quieren ya venir.
And I hope this time you hear my voice because the residents don't want to come to the city council meetings anymore.
Dicen que tienen años tratando de que les pongan la flecha y nunca se ha logrado nada.
They've spent many years trying to get a turn signal on Valencia and they haven't seen anything.
Y de favor les pido, por seguridad de los niños, esta niña va a la escuela y ella ha mirado todos los accidentes que pasan ahí.
She hopes that we can help her and that her little girl that goes to school there and she's seen many accidents on that intersection.
Okay. Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Buenas tardes, señor Silva. Estoy hoy aquí pidiendo lo mismo que mis compañeras, la luz para estos niños que pasan todos los días y ojalá nos puedan ayudar.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Silva. I'm here for the same thing, to ask for a turn signal next to the Maple Elementary School to protect the children and their safety.
Y también queríamos pedir que nos la calle Ormstor y muchas gracias por el trabajo que hacen. También pensamos que yo también soy mamá y pienso que ese es un buen mensaje, lo de la calle Tony de la Rosa para nuestros hijos. Ahorita como están las cosas, esperamos que nos puedan apoyar en eso. Muchas gracias.
Fix Orangethorpe. It's a good message to rename Midtown Street to Tony de la Rosa. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Gracias.
Good evening, council members. Kitty Jaramillo. And directors and chiefs. You know, I never say hi to you guys. Just 3 things that I want to just mention here. I want to thank Nuff and Ahmad for that dispensary meeting last night. I thought it was very informative with the chief and with the Korean guy that knew so much about the industry. You know, I buy CBD and THC creams, topical creams and oils. And I always go to the city of Santa Ana. And I just hate giving my money to the city of Santa Ana. And I go to the rehab center at St. Jude, the pool therapy, twice a week, take the ladies from there over to Santa Ana to get it because we tried to buy it here. And Garamina and all the cops were there busting the place, so we didn't get to buy it. And, you know, I just thought, because being an ex-city worker, retired city worker, I thought of all that manpower and money that our city is spending to enforce because we don't allow them. We really need to think about maybe an ad hoc committee or something to start the ball rolling. It's something that we're not going to be able to avoid. It's here, it's coming. So many of us use it, and not to get high or doped up or anything like that. So anyway, that's something I think you guys need to really seriously think and talk about. The other thing I want to just mention about Mr. Saunders, La Paz new owner now. I worked with him a lot when I worked for the city of Santa Ana in code enforcement. He was the most evasive owner that I had ever dealt with in Santa Ana. All the AP numbers on all his properties, he owned a lot of properties over there. All his mail would come back to me. Phone calls were never returned. Numbers were not good most of the time. Terrible guy to work with, terrible landlord. So I think you need to be aware that this guy is not an easy guy to deal with. So I don't know what he's telling everybody, but not too honest, in my opinion. The third thing is the underpass at Euclid. I sent a letter to the city manager about an email about 8 months ago regarding the condition of the underpass at Euclid. And now nothing has been done, of course. And now there's weeds growing through the cement in all the cracks in that underpass. You know, our other underpasses are all beautiful, beautiful, great job. However, there's 2 banners that we put up that are bad, dirty, ugly. I just need something done about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other public comments, we'll bring it back and we'll turn it over to Mr. City Manager, see if we can address or answer some of these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I do know that Public Works Director Meg McWade did talk to the one person or got her information on the street with the gutter flow issue. And then also, I do believe, and Meg, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've looked at the Valencia Lemon turn signal beforehand. I don't know if we have any information right now that you can provide.
We haven't at that time. It was considered in January of 2019, and it did not meet the warrants. But we can look at it again and see if it's eligible for perhaps a left turn phasing with the yellow flashing. Perhaps.
Yeah, if there's an alternative, that would be great to look at any alternatives.
Features to increase the safety, but the left, it did not warrant the actual green.
Okay.
So, Ms. McWade, what additional features have you added in response to community concerns?
Some, I think what it must have been looked at for a standard protective left turn phasing. Then there's also at times a protective permissive, which is either you can turn on green after a dedicated green, or you can turn on the flashing yellow type signal. But what we can do is we can pull those files, because again, I know it's been looked at it probably multiple times in the past, and arrange a meeting with the members of the community to discuss that issue and bring back something to council or to the TCNC, the Transportation and Circulation Commission, to have them take a look at it a little bit more. So, but again, I don't think we have the information in front of us right now. So,
were you able to get it?
It did say that we added extra ped improvements, extra pedestrian time was added, plus an all red phase to provide protection for the pedestrians.
Okay.
When was this added?
I don't have the date, but we will get
what we can do is we can get that
back.
information and get it in a report to council, and we can include it in the weekly report that goes out every Friday from the city manager's office, and explain some of the standards to it and what some of the responses mean. So,
right. And I think what we're trying to find and what the community is trying to find is a solution. So maybe that is what, aside from the update on what's been done, maybe we can have options that we could explore as well.
Yes. And we always do look at those. Sometimes there's the perceptions of what folks want and what we can legitimately give with the warrants that are called for the intersection, or for, sometimes people want a stop sign where there's no warrants for it, and there's other traffic calming features that we can add, so we can discuss that. So,
okay, thank you.
And Mayor, members of council, continuing on a couple items, I do know that Public Works staff has talked about the the urban forest and all that stuff. One of the things that we're doing right now is we are looking at available funding for catching up on some of our dead tree work, for lack of better terms, and how we would do that. There's a potential concept of, because a dead tree could cause a liability, if we have some excess funds from previous years in our liability funds, could we use some of those to make some trimmings and removals of dead trees and do some other things? Additionally, yes, our urban forestry plan is old. and it is one of those things that we are looking at to fund both through any type of grant, but it's one of those projects that we have to look at as an overall priority. So we are looking for funding for that. It's not going to be this fiscal year, but hopefully next fiscal year we can find some funding for that.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up on that, Mr. City Manager. Do we use in-house appraisal of these issues, or are we getting help from our contractor from WCA?
It's a combination, because we do have arborists on staff, and we do utilize, and they are primarily and I know the director will correct me if I'm wrong, but they are primarily the ones that go out to the parks issue, but also provide a secondary advice if WCA and vice versa for street trees. So we do differentiate those contracts there.
Yeah, I was wondering if there are some areas, like was brought up this evening, Hunt Branch, where that wouldn't be part of the normal commitment, and that might be overlooked.
It may have been overlooked. We can check on that. It's not a normal route for WCA, but it is probably somewhere on our maintenance schedule for that park in the area, in the Pooch Park area, so we'll have to check the last time it was looked at.
I'm only concerned, as you were saying, in terms of risk management. If we've been publicly warned about these situations a few times now, I'm a little bit more concerned about whether we're reacting promptly or not.
Yeah. Well, and again, that was the first time that we had heard of the complaint about the Hunt Branch at this item. I understand that it had been brought up to the Hunt Branch ad hoc, but it was not transferred, to my knowledge, to Public Works. So we'll take a look at that.
Thanks.
And then a couple other items here. Would like the chief to talk about the progress and the timeline on the Tommy De La Rosa street renaming.
Yes, sir. I met with the members of the community. We've selected a date of June 14th. That's 1 week before the anniversary of his death. We're still working through the invitation process, designing them and getting them out to all of you, and then some renderings of the sign with Ms. McWade's help. So it is coming.
Entonces, lo que dijo el chief, que el junio 14 vamos a tener la ceremonia para cambiar el nombre de mi placa Tommy de la Rosa. Así de que sí viene, sí, ya la hemos aprobado, pero toma tiempo.
And one last item, Mr. Mayor, members of council, on the underpass, we do check that, and actually I think the director and I talked yesterday about the grant opportunities that we are going forward and some of the enhancements that we can do to both the Euclid and also the Commonwealth underpass, because those are two of our older underpasses from the 1960s. They are ugly, for lack of any better description.
Well, I want to put Gilbert on there too. It's horrible.
Gilbert is another one that we can look at, and so we did put those streets into consideration for some state funding under some grants that we're looking at there. As far as the weeds and all that stuff, then once that's reported, we can get out there. We had a very wet year, so we are a little bit behind on some of the weed control. So we are on notice for that now, so we'll have somebody out there. And then just in general, in my discussions with the UP and BNSF, trying to see if we can get some better pigeon control, a little bit better on the Commonwealth underpass. The Euclid underpass, not so much. I do know that in the past, staff had worked with UP to try to get something. It was both highly expensive and then just problematic. But we're starting those discussions again with them to see if there's a better way to go, because there is something on the Commonwealth underpass that looks to be working there. So I just don't know why it can't be replicated at the Euclid underpass. But we are working on that. So,
okay. Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just a question. Also, some members of the public have asked about Orangethorpe. Is there any particular update on maybe plans for funding on that?
Not right now. Orangethorpe is not on the process. We did have a 4th District Supervisor meeting that the Mayor Pro Tem was at. That was in Placentia with Supervisor Chafee, members of OCTA, to include the Executive Director and top folks from the county, where we did bring up the concept of utilizing the SB1 funds that the county does receive for a multi-jurisdiction project. And so that, again, would be looking to partner with our adjoining cities that share Orangethorpe to get some of the county funding from that, be it SB1 or even some of the Measure M2 funds that would be freed up from some of the other county projects. Right now, we don't have any general funds identified for Orangethorpe, so we are looking at every other opportunity.
Sí, ahorita no hay fondos para componer Orangethorpe, pero sí estamos trabajando con el condado para ver si puede haber fondos ahí para arreglar esa parte del Orangethorpe, pero ahorita no está en los planes para arreglar ese pedazo de calle. Ustedes saben que muchas carreteras en Fullerton necesitan ayuda, pero ahorita no está en la lista porque no hay los fondos.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, when you had stepped out at one moment, our second public speaker was Cindy Van Kohler, and she had got up to state that she had attended the NUF meeting last night regarding marijuana, and her question was, we just passed this gas tax, and it was her understanding that that was for road repair and for public safety employees, and so how come it wasn't being used for public safety? So could you expound on that? And also one other thing, a couple of city council meetings ago I had asked that the city produce a one-page summary of what our issues are with respect to roads. That summary should include something about how much of the gas tax money is coming to Fullerton, when is it going to come to Fullerton, and directing people to go to our website to see where they might be on the repair schedule, since those schedules are on our website.
Yes, thank you. On that last point, we are working on educational material, including something for our, when you go to our website right now to look at, for example, what election district, you can put in your address and it can come up. We're trying to do something along that same line where you can put in your address and see where, if you are on a schedule coming up, when that is. Going back to SB1, it is a gas tax. It is for transportation improvements. It is not a public safety tax. There are other public safety taxes out there, Prop 172 from many, many years ago, that does get distributed to the city and all cities in the county for public safety. But SB1 generates right now about $2.5 million to the city. We are thankful that we received that because that allows us, that's essentially half of what is going into our contract costs for street improvements every year. So, again, per council direction, we are going to be bringing back some information in a study session about funding and infrastructure. Also, we're working with the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Advisory Committee to talk to them about doing some of the work they did in prior iterations, which is they looked at all of our infrastructure assets and coming back with some recommendations both on improvements and then potentially how to fund those improvements. And so we're working with them on that. Right now they're busy going over the CIP process. They've been meeting weekly on the CIP. Do believe that will be coming to an end because we are bringing to you shortly the budget, and then we will ramp them up for that new process.
All right, thank you. And at this time, I'd just like to announce that and I should have done it earlier, but I apologize. Item 15 has been pulled from the agenda and will be continued to a date certain of May 21st. So that's item 15, the Raymond Avenue grade separation. So if you were here for that and you hung out, maybe you learned something, but sorry to keep you waiting if you were here for that item. And at this time, we'd like to bring it back to the council here for comments. And I'll just start it out real quickly because I don't have too much to say. Just congratulations to Jean-Marie and Community of France for putting the apartments and the permanent supported housing that we had today for this past week for a grand opening. Thank you. It was housing that we desperately need, and talking to the residents and some of the providers, it's going to do wonders for the city. So. Then thank you to all the city staff who participated in getting those two facilities open and working. And with that, we'll take it, Ms. Flory.
Yes, I also attended the ribbon cutting for Fullerton Heights, which is a new community of 36 apartments at the intersection of basically Raymond and State College. And it is a testament to how lovely permanent supportive housing can be. It's 36 units. 2/3 of that are devoted to formerly homeless individuals and families with mental health programs. And if that were sitting adjacent to my neighborhood, I would have no complaint whatsoever. The sad fact of the matter, and it's not a sad fact at all, but the fact of the matter is that the state is imposing requirements on the cities to do their fair share of providing such supportive housing to get homeless people off the street. And if we do not do that, they will impose sanctions on us that will be very onerous indeed. So if this, congratulations to Community of Friends who hung in there. They had one project that they wanted to build on West Commonwealth. They were unsuccessful in that, but they kept at it. And their persistence paid off, and they ultimately were able to build this complex, and it is lovely.
Mr. Whitaker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I'd like to discuss, at least briefly, is the way that we're handling the consent calendar. It's extremely confusing. It seems to be self-defeating. I know on occasion I hear from the members of the public who have concerns about items that are being put on consent when they believe those should be discussion items. Now it appears the way that we're planning on handling this in the future is we're actually punishing people who want to speak to pull a consent item by forcing them to be here at the beginning of a meeting and then also toward the end of the meeting, which, as we know, sometimes these meetings can go 6, 7, 8 hours. So the difficulty of having to revisit the consent calendar a couple times in a meeting and to have to talk about these items, if even, briefly, I think it's not well thought out. And I, for one, want to make it very, very clear that I do not support anything that makes it difficult for members of the public to come and petition their city council. So I have great concerns, and we need to straighten this out, make it simple.
Yeah, we will straighten this out, but thank you. Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Zara?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to actually wish our Muslim community in Fulton and everywhere a happy Ramadan. It started a couple of days ago, and it's the month of fasting, self-reflection, and charity. Now, I also, speaking on that, participated in the grand opening of the Fullerton Heights by a community of friends, and Compass Rose by Jamboree Housing, which is also a low-income housing in the Richmond neighborhood. So, and I'm very proud of those two properties and grateful to everybody who worked on those, and to our past council for their leadership, because those were approved under that during that time. I also participated in the Cal State University Fulton Center for Healthy Neighborhood Health Fair. They had a wonderful health fair. They do that all the time, and this was at the Richmond Elementary School, and a lot of participants and different agencies that would provide services for the community. Also, one of my favorite days of the year, Love Fullerton, participated in that. Plenty of projects all around town. I got to visit a couple of them and help out some kids fill out gift bags for Appreciation Day at Maple. And we also had ended up at Woodcrest Elementary, where we had a visit from our Congressman Gil Cisneros. So that was very cool to show him the school there. I also participated at the last night. There was NUF held the panel discussion on cannabis and the pros and cons of it, and the Chief Dunn was there, and we had an open discussion and talked candidly about what the issue is, and I provided some objective thoughts on the matter. And I think this is something that is coming. It is here, and I think it helps us all have an open discussion about it, at least to figure out how to handle it because the state has legalized it. The other thing is we have now a permanent food bank at Pacific Drive Elementary School. This was in participation with Second Harvest Foods. I know there was an opening there. I was a little late, but I got to make it ultimately and visit that. It is something that's always a reminder that we have great community partners that are willing to step up and do some good work in our city, but it's also a reminder that we have a very high rate of poverty and child poverty in our city, and it's concentrated in certain neighborhoods, and we do need to make sure that we are attending to our local economy and our housing, and I can't stress enough how I'd love to see more low-income housing and more supportive housing in our neighborhoods. I'd like to quickly give a brief update on the OCWD Water District updates. We had approved a budget for the Water District on April 17th. I'll just give a quick highlight on that, which is that matters to our city. There were several meetings and workshops with the board and local producers. And after that, the cost of water or the replenishment assessment was reduced from the initially proposed $4.99 an acre foot to $4.87 an acre foot dollars. That is, and maintaining the basin pumping percentage, the BPP, at 77% from 75%, which was originally proposed. The current rate now that we're moving away from was $4.62 an acre foot. So there is a slight increase, but that would be offset by the 77% of the BPP. So we won't see much of a difference, and in fact, we might see some savings ultimately from purchasing the metropolitan water, which is much more expensive. That's about $1,000 per acre foot. So we also something interesting that we did at the Water District, which has increased the Water Reserve Fund to $3.7 million. So now there's extra money in there to, if needed, to purchase extra water down the line. And there's been also some lowering cost measures, including refinancing the debt at lower interest rates and extending the life of the membranes in the ground replenishment system from 5 to 7 years. And there's been other things. All of that was cost saving ultimately for our ratepayers. And like always, if you'd like more information or if you'd like to arrange for a tour for your group or organization, I'd be happy to help you. With that, let me know, and there's more on ocwd.com. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I wanted to congratulate Debbie Baker from the Parks and Rec Department on her retirement. She was a fantastic employee. I was pleased to be able to go to her retirement ceremony last week. I wanted to extol the virtues of the Pacific Drive Permanent Food Pantry. It's only the third permanent food pantry in Orange County, and the mothers at Pacific Drive have really stepped up to make sure that that food pantry is stocked every day, and they're looking for volunteers to help them unload those trucks. If you want to be of great service to the mothers of Pac Drive, then you can contact the principal there to see how you can help. And then I also wanted to congratulate OC United on putting on the best Love Fullerton yet. It is probably the greatest day in the city where thousands of volunteers come out and give back to their community. I hope you were a part of it this year. If not, go to lovefullerton.org to see how you can participate in the coming years.
Thank you. And so I've attended every I Love Fullerton since it began, but this year I had a good reason for missing it. I took a couple of my students to an entrepreneurship competition where they had to pitch and their business plan. So I was there this past Saturday. So Nicholas is getting we've had a new program, a business entrepreneurship program, and like always, a lot of things fall on the same day. So, but I do want to commend OC United and all the volunteers that went out there and beautified Nicholas. That was part of where they were at in other communities. So thank you very much. And with that, we will move on. And on the consent calendar, we have pulled items 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 9. Are there any other ones?
I'd just like to convey, I was pulling 2 and 3, and only for the purpose of registering a no vote. So if there's no other reason to pull those, I would like to request that no vote be lodged on those 2 for me.
Okay.
All right. I move the balance of the consent calendar to include items 2 and 3, noting Councilmember Whitaker's objection. Or
Also,
no vote, I should say.
Okay.
If I'm
Hold on one. So we are to take comments before we do this. That's what I understood. So what we'll do is then, if we pulled an item, we'll take comments at the end of regular session. If you have a comment on the items that were not pulled, I believe, you can come up and make a comment on those items that were not pulled before we register the vote. So,
okay.
So
I'm guessing that Councilmember Zara wants to continue to pull number 3. Is that correct?
No, I just wanted to register a no vote on item number 3.
All right.
Okay, Sam, all right.
All right. So none of those have been pulled, so my motion still stands
All right, so
to
then
approve the balance, including 2 and 3.
But I think
We're
So
not
to take-
pulling 2 and 3.
right, but so we're going to take public comments before we vote on the consent items. That's what I thought was going to happen. So at this time, if you have a comment on items that were not pulled, so items 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11.
And 10.
And 10, I'm sorry, and 10. Well,
On every consent calendar we've done since the change in our procedure, we just did a motion to approve the items that were not pulled.
I get it. And so today we had a confusion. So at the beginning, we decided to have comments prior to the vote, from what I understood.
And we will fix this going forward, and we do apologize for
Yes.
that confusion.
All right. So if on the consent calendar, the items that were not pulled, if there's any comments on that, and again, I would ask you to keep it brief. If you want to get into a little more detail, we can pull it and we can discuss it at the end. So anyone for items, again, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, and 11.
Good evening. My name is Jose Trinidad Castaneda. My comment is on consent calendar item 3, the downtown nighttime parking plan, or the pilot program. And my comment isn't specifically on the second reading of the ordinance. It's on the professional services agreement that was an attachment in 2 city council meetings ago. And I wanted to know, if you vote on that ordinance, does that mean that that professional services agreement also gets passed? Because there's something to be said about whether or not the city can hold the contractor, the consultant, SP Plus, I believe, accountable for misuse of data. There's a section in the services provided to the consultant that they hold on to the data until the city terminates the agreement with them. And so my concern is, should the city vote on the ordinance if it includes the services agreement, if there's language in there that doesn't protect the city when there's a reasonable concern from residents, or there's a complaint from residents that that the consultant is sharing or misusing data that they're supposed to keep confidential. And the second part of this is, as a worker in downtown Fullerton who sometimes works on the weekend nights, is there going to be a employee permit associated with the program at all? So that way, workers, which make up 85% of the people using the parking spots, are not penalized for trying to provide products and services that provides sales tax revenue to the city. So those are my 2 things for agenda item 3.
Thank you. Anyone, no other comments on this then? So then we'll bring it back for the consent items.
Mr. Mayor, members
Yes.
of the council, for clarification on item number 3, this is solely the second reading of the ordinance, and it does not relate to the consultant agreement.
Okay, fair enough then. All right, so with that said, motion. I know.
second.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second, yeah.
All right, all in favor of the consent items that were not pulled, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, all opposed? So the motion passes.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll read the title of the first reading of the ordinance, which is item number 10. Ordinance number 3272, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, amending Chapter 3.44 of Title 3 of the Fullerton Municipal Code relating to regulation of taxi cabs.
Okay. So all in favor? Or did I already said? All right, I'm sorry. I've been off key all day today. All right, so we move to our regular items. Where'd they go? And public hearing, I'm sorry, regular items. And first up is item 12, and that would be Ms. Guillermina Torico.
Yes. Get situated here. Bear with me. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. Good evening, Mayor Silva, and members of council. Guillermina Torrico, Code Enforcement Supervisor for the Community Development Department. And tonight's item is a brief presentation on amendments to the Administrative Citations Ordinance. The proposed amendment would streamline and update code enforcement processes and implement changes as a result of the new laws, California Assembly Bill 2598 and California Assembly Bill 2164, which became effective January 1st of 2019. To give you a little background on this chapter, California Government Code 53069.4 allows cities by ordinance to make any violation of its municipal code or adopted codes subject to getting an administrative fine. And in 1998, the Fullerton City Council did just that, and they adopted an ordinance, and they added Chapter 1.10 to establish citations, fines, and penalties for municipal code and adopted code violations pursuant to those government codes. Also, in 1998, City Council adopted Resolution 8986, setting the citations fee schedule. And the last update to that fee schedule was last year in July by resolution number 2018-46. The Fullerton Municipal Code designates certain staff members with the authority to issue administrative citations, and this tool is used by various city departments, which includes community development, public works, engineering, and fire department. As I mentioned earlier, both laws became effective in January, and they modify California Government Code 53069.4, and it's not shown there, but it also modifies 36900, which govern this chapter. Therefore, to effectuate these new laws, the city, we need to amend current administrative enforcement procedures, which I'll outline in more detail in the following slide. Also, the maximum administration fee schedule has to be updated according to the provisions of AB 2598. And also, Title I would have to be modified to the provisions of AB 2164, authorizing staff to immediately issue citations for violations that are created as a result of illegal cannabis cultivation, according to the state law. And so this proposed amendment would result in the following changes to our current code enforcement protocol. One, it would streamline the service process. The current code has a progressive service requirement, which means that staff has to initially try to serve the citation in person And if we're not able to reach the recipient, then mail. And if it's not, if it's returned by mail, then post the property. So this service process is outdated, and this new amendment would offer the opportunity for staff to serve in person or by mail. Second, the amendment preserves the recipient's right to appeal. The current code requires that anybody wishing to appeal a citation must first deposit the full fine amount in order to be granted a hearing. So this amendment would allow someone that's wishing to appeal a citation but is unable to deposit the fine ahead of time, submit a hardship waiver in lieu of the deposit of the fine amount. And third, it would also increase the fines for building and safety violations. It would impose fines to commercial property owners who fail to remove visible refuse and allow land use violations. The amendment would also allow recipients of citations, of 2 or more citations, the ability to submit a hardship waiver to either reduce the fines or to establish a payment plan. And of course, these would only be considered with demonstrated compliance efforts. And finally, 6, the proposed amendment would authorize staff to immediately cite illegal cannabis grows who've done unpermitted construction or have modified the buildings unsafely to accommodate the use. The proposed resolution pursuant to AB 2598 would also modify the citation fee schedule. And as you can see by this table, all of the violations other than building and safety code will remain the same. The only impact you'll see is for violations of building and safety codes. So for violations of building and safety codes, the fine amounts would change from 100 to 130 for the first violation, 500 to 700 for the second violation of the same ordinance within that same year, 1,000 to 1,300 for each additional violation of that same ordinance within 1 year. And pursuant to AB 2598, if a commercial property has already been fined or cited for unpermitted construction or land use, if they continue to allow prohibited land use and are also impacting the community by not cleaning up the outside and not getting rid of the visible trash and debris, then they will additionally be subject to $2,500. So city staff's recommendation tonight is for the city council to introduce this ordinance amending chapter 1.10 of the Fullerton Municipal Code relating to administrative citations for first reading only, by title only, and waive further reading of the ordinance. And also to adopt resolution establishing new fine amounts imposed for code violations pursuant to section 1.10.050 of the Fullerton Municipal Code. And if staff noticed a correction in the resolution on A and B. There's just 2 types of violations. There's building and safety code violations and violations that are not related to building and safety codes. So for the record, I just wanted to call that correction to A and B of the document, the resolution document, the draft resolution. And with that, thank you very much for your time, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
All right, do we have any questions from council before we open up to comments? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up to comments on this item. Anyone wishing to address item 12, please come up. All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council.
Mayor Silva, I have a couple of comments.
Yes.
Referring to the red line edition of the new ordinance, turning to page 4, item A, you have, this has to do with either personal service or service by mail. Mm-hmm. And I think that it should be spelled out that personal service shall be effective on delivery. That sentence should just be added to the end of the paragraph A at the top. And number B has to do with service of citation by the mail. And here it says that service by mail shall be deemed effective as of the date of deposit in the U.S. mail. Typically in court, service is effective 5 calendar days after deposit in the mail. And the reason that's important here is because date of service is referenced throughout the ordinance. And I think that a person who's being served with such a citation has to know exactly when service begins, because that tells them when they have to respond. So I would like to see a sentence added that says that service by mail shall be deemed effective 5 calendar days after date of deposit in the U.S. mail, which is typical when you're served with court pleadings, for example. And I have a second question on page 6 of the red-lined ordinance at the bottom of the page. You have this whole hearing regimen framework. And it says the hearing officer shall not be a Fullerton City employee. And that begs the question, who would the hearing officer be?
The hearing officer is the city manager or his designee. So for administrative citations, it's a volunteer. That is, we could choose to do volunteer or contract, but at this time, it's a volunteer.
Did you just say that the hearing officer would be the city manager or his designee?
That's correct.
Well, that is a Fullerton City employee, and this ordinance says the hearing officer shall not be a Fullerton City employee. So that's why I'm asking, who would it be? I would not like to see it be a volunteer. I would like that the recipient of the citation ought to know who the hearing officer is going to be.
If I could ask the city attorney, I believe it's consistent throughout the code, but in terms of the hearing officer is the city, he has city manager or his designee is the way.
Okay, well, if that's consistent throughout the code, this ordinance is inconsistent.
Councilmember Flory, so in 1.10.020B, we have a definition of hearing officer, and it says it means a person appointed by the city manager to serve as the hearing officer for administrative hearings. So I'm sorry? And that would be in page 2 of the red line.
It's the definitions.
And that would be the definition. So I apologize. I don't know why 1.10.90 says that the hearing officer shall not be a Fullerton City employee, and we can strike that.
Yes. Or it could read the hearing officer. Yeah, that would be fine if we could strike that or designate.
The hearing officer, I think it might be more clear if you say that the hearing officer shall be the city manager or the city manager's designee. Yes? I mean, my experience.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
My experience at city council has been that oftentimes the city manager is the hearing officer. And so then you'll have to bring provision D at the bottom of page 6, make that consistent.
Yep, then that would be.
Or add the word designee.
Regardless of the exact wording, I think you get the intent.
Would that be okay?
That said, I support the ordinance.
If that's a motion, I'd second it.
All right, it's a motion.
All right, a motion, a second. Any other comments?
Yes, I want to explain why I'm not supportive of this. Is even though our state legislature is in favor of and generates large tax increases and fee increases at will, I think that such changes need to be somehow conforming with inflation, somehow conforming with people's ability to pay. And since that's a non-issue as we deal with items like this, and it just seems to be increasing the power of the stick, I'm not in favor of such modifications.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just realized that this language about the hearing officer not being a Fullerton City employee may be relating to due process and bias. So if you'll allow us the leeway to verify that what is legally required, we will make the appropriate fix.
Is there any urgency time-wise in this? You could just bring it back.
No, we can bring it back.
All right, let's do that. Thank you.
We'll bring it back.
The word designee doesn't. No.
I mean,
that's fine.
We have a motion and a second on the table. I'm confident that our city attorney understands the intent of what we want, and she can make sure it complies with law. So I'd be comfortable moving forward with it.
All right.
And just with that, I would say, these are fines for people who are in code violation, safety violations, building violations. These are and business violations where, right now this city bans cannabis. We need to be able to shut these things down. We hear from neighborhoods time and again their frustration that it takes months, sometimes we can never seem to shut these illegal operations down. So I want a big stick when it comes to people being unsafe and breaking the laws of this city. So I'm absolutely fine supporting this.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to support this because we do have these illegal dispensers and we do need to get them under control. And I think the state has recognized that as well. And this is why we are debating this at this point. So the other thing is there are hardship waivers in this. So people who are struggling, there is a hardship waiver included. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't support this, and I'm happy to do that.
Since the comments are about cannabis, this does go beyond cannabis. It deals with other issues as well.
Certainly does.
All right. Been a motion and a second.
I'm sorry again, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I may just propose that we strike subsection D of 1.10.90 because I think it is unnecessary to state as it would be a due process requirement. So for clarity of the ordinance that you're introducing tonight, we can strike the subsection D and fall back on general legal requirements.
Ms. Flory?
You're suggesting that the provision be eliminated entirely?
Yes, because it is merely a restatement of, I think it's intended to be a statement of due process requirements, and so it does not need to be codified as it's already existing law.
I think it's important to keep the part in that states that the employment, performance, evaluation, compensation, and benefits of the hearing officer, if any, shall not be directly or indirectly conditioned upon the amount of the fine or number of administrative citations upheld. I think that should remain in the ordinance.
Fine, we will strike the first sentence.
All right.
All right.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
All right. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. Passes 4-1. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can read another title of an ordinance. This will be ordinance number 3273, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, amending Chapter 1.10 of Title I of the Fullerton Municipal Code relating to administrative citations, and this will be the ordinance as amended.
Thank you. All right. Item 13, consideration of Lemon Park murals restoration. Mr. Curio? Oh, no, is that you? Or
yes, I'll make an introduction.
Okay.
Thank you,
Or
Mr. Mayor,
Amy.
members of the council. I'll give a brief introduction, and following me, I'll have Amy, our museum educator, give you some good information on these murals. But this item, of course, is to provide a little bit of a background and an update on the Lemon Park murals. Back in February, Council directed staff to bring a report and recap on the murals and a little bit of the history and the recent restoration efforts. These murals, created back in 1978, do have much history and the value and they do have much value in the Maple community. They are substantially damaged, and approximately 9 years ago, a plan to restore them was shelved due to various funding challenges related to the recession and also to the sunsetting of the redevelopment agency. As of recent, Councilmember Zara has met with Emigdio Vasquez Jr. and also separately has met with the Public Art Committee to attain more history and knowledge of the art pieces and to discuss options on how possibly to move forward with a possible restoration of the other murals. So staff's recommendation tonight will be to approve the restoration of one of the murals and for council to provide direction for staff and alongside with the Public Art Committee to explore other restoration efforts through community partners and the Public Art Committee. So with that, Amy, thank you so much for being here tonight. If you could take them through a presentation of the murals, and perhaps we could answer any questions after that. Thanks.
Good evening. Oh, how do I get this? F5, got it.
It says the whole room.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and fellow city staff. My name is Amy All. I'm the museum educator and the staff liaison to the Public Art Committee. And I'm here tonight to present a brief history of the Lemon Park murals and to also summarize previous restorations that have taken place over the murals' very long and storied history. So, space. Okay. Although the Lemon Park murals are often referred to as a cohesive whole, there's actually a number of murals that were produced over several different periods by different artists, starting with the original 8 murals produced in 1978 under a program that was actually using paid students from Fullerton High School working with volunteers under the supervision of a supervising artist named David Whalen. And these young artists came up with these ideas themselves, and they worked over a 10-week period with Mr. Whalen, working on the murals and putting them up in the community. And they were very well received at the time. And then these pieces have also been restored twice. Once in 1998, where Emigdio Vasquez Sr. was brought in to do some restoration, and Emigdio Jr. did the touch-ups on both of the lettering panels. And secondly, in 2011, as part of this process that Hugo referred to, the Public Art Committee was brought in to do a restoration of the murals. And in that earlier group, the 2008 was the last time the restoration was discussed. And 4 steps were taken before any restoration was approached. One was written surveys in English and Spanish were distributed to the community. A scholarly report and historical survey was commissioned and completed and presented to the Public Art Committee. We held 2 community meetings in the summer of 2011 where members of the community were able to speak about the murals and weigh in on what they wanted and what they didn't want happening with the murals. And then fourthly, the appointment of the Lemon Mural Subcommittee took place, and that was part of the renovations to the park. So it was a very thorough process that resulted in a 5-year plan to restore the murals. These are a few of the original murals from 1978. All of these are just filled with really meaningful imagery to the community and certainly to the student artists who worked on them. The brown car with the town I lived in from the original 1978 suite of murals has been a target of a lot of vandalism over the years. It's held up remarkably well considering, but it's in great need of restoration. Has deep, deep meaning to the community. The car itself belonged to a young man named Ray Galvan, who was tragically killed at a party in Placentia. He had hoped to become a police officer someday, and the car still stands as a testament to him and his family and friends who are still in the neighborhood. It's very meaningful. In addition, these other murals have great historical significance. The Cruise in the Past Zoot Suit mural, which was slated for to be the first mural restored in the 2008 to 2011 report. This was not only referencing the 1943 incident that set off the Zoot Suit riots, but also the production of the play in 1978 at Fullerton College. That was a big issue back then. It was really exciting to have that play happening. And then The Girl with the Car, the Lowrider Community. This was right out of a kid's sketchbook, very meaningful. Elm Street, marker of the neighborhood, community pride, and of course the Virgin of Guadalupe. She's been retouched a few times, not exactly a city job or kind of a couple of guerrilla restorations have taken place. She's been one of them. She's had some work done. Later, in 1998, a design on the east-facing side, on the west-facing side of the overpass was in decay, and so Migdio Sr. was brought in to put in this La Mujer Latina in 1998, and that's holding up pretty well. Okay. In addition to these murals, it's a little pixelated here, but this is one of the most beloved murals, the Niños del Mundo. This was produced in 1994 when funding became available through Project Cuffs. That was the Community United for Fullerton Safety, a granting agency under the State Department of Criminal Justice Planning. So as funds have become available, these murals have been restored or added to over the decades, and this is one of the most notable ones. 1994, supervising artist Emigdio Vasquez Sr. supervised the kids identified by Project Cuffs to do this mural. This mural has been restored once in 2011, but like many of the other pieces, it has suffered even since then. In 2011, the 5-year plan that was adopted, a decision was made to start with monies available from the redevelopment agency to restore one mural per year. And that started with Niños del Mundo, which was restored by Getty Conservation Institute, recommended restore Deborah May Conservation. So they came out and did some pretty extensive chemical testing, and they were scraping things off and taking it back to the lab. And they did this for all of the murals. They did a pretty extensive report on the recommendations for renovation and restoration. This was the only mural that was actually restored at that time. So the other murals are pretty much untouched since '98. So that gives you a little idea of what kind of condition they might be in. They have suffered a lot. So I think that is about it. Yes, please. Any questions about the public art process or about the production of the murals or previous restorations? I'm here to answer them.
All right. Any questions from council before we send it out?
No questions right now.
All right. So we'll send it out for public comments before we bring it back. Anyone?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Mr. Mayor, was there a presentation on what was proposed?
This was it.
Okay.
Well, the actual proposal is to appropriate $8,500 from Parks and Rec budget to do one of the murals.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Ms. Hall, thank you very much. We'll hear public comments, and then we'll proceed. Ms. Nuzzi.
Okay. It's the bedtime of our children. We're going to save time. We're going to talk. One person going to talk in the issue. Okay. Nunzi and different members of our community. Ms. Sandoval, Ms. Moran, and Ms. Chavez. And now we have to Jose Trinidad. Okay. We want here, because, this is a mural that represents our Latino, Mexican-American community. And as a Latino, we feel so proud that our city is, is being represented years ago. And we want this restoration because when we drive to Fullerton, we can see that this is showing the rest of the people that visit our city that we are a city that you celebrate diversity. And we ask you, please, that you consider the restoration of these murals. It shows, our children, the potential of the Latino woman, the importance that we have as a community that we are part of Fullerton and that we need this restoration because this is time passing and you see these murals, they're not in good condition. And this shows our city. When we come to our city and we drive through our city, we want people to feel proud of our city and the people to visit us to see how we take care of our art. I visit different cities. You see Brea, Irvine, different cities, and they keep their art because they represent this being our students. You see, one of our youngs, they want to be a policeman, and he was killed by crime. And this is, we're living in our district. This is our reality that we're showing through art to everybody that visit our city. And thank you, Councilman Sarah. Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. Thank you, Mr. Silva, Mr. Whitaker, Ms. Flory, because you care about us. And we celebrate this time with all of you. You visit every single of our neighborhoods. And no matter that we are, you see now, by district, you show us that you care for all of us. And we're very thankful for every single of you, for the job that you do for us. And we're a united city. Doesn't matter if we both separate. We always care from one to another. And thank you so much. And I will really appreciate Juliana and Julissa. They're representing our children. They are past their bedtime. And the teacher, maybe they're seeing, we come, you see, tired. They have a good reason. We're supporting our city. Thank you so much and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. And Ms. Nuzzi,
Yes.
just quickly, so one of the items is to set aside funds for one. If you had to pick one, which one should we get started on first?
Well, I should say the Virgen de Guadalupe.
All right, thank you.
But I know that we can get money to restore that independently. I will choose our children, the women's, because without a woman you cannot have children. I will not choose one, I will choose two or maybe three because we have our John that was killed. Choose all of them. Let's keep us proud.
But if the city only has funding for one right now.
No, one?
For right now. Yeah. Just
Oh
like
my goodness, look, you're putting on me.
what would you want? I mean,
Well, I would choose the Virgen de Guadalupe because I'm going to church.
okay, gracias. Thank you.
But the children too. Make it too. Make it fair for our children. And God is first, and our children too. Make it too. Make an exception for tonight. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
All right.
It's hard. It's always hard to follow Eglith, but I'm going to give it a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that it is really, really important to restore these murals. When I attended Cal State LA, my thesis was actually on the Fullerton murals and how it relates to Chicano history, and it's just really important to celebrate our murals. So if I had to choose one, it would be the Latina murals along the stairs, because you can't have a community without a very strong foundation in our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunts, our sisters, and our daughters.
Thank you. All right. Next.
Good evening. My name is Roberto Melendez, Bobby Melendez to some of you. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members, for tonight. And I just want to give my hat off to a very accurate historical perspective on the murals. I grew up in the neighborhood in the barrio right there, and I was very happy to be involved in organizing the community, especially the youth and the parents, to combat graffiti. Graffiti was a big problem, and especially over the overpass. So we organized the youth, got them together, got the parents together, and decided to do something about it. And the one thing that they wanted was to replace graffiti with beautification through murals. The community got together, drew up a mural plan for the overpass, and worked with, lobbied the city council, met with each city council person, worked with the community development or services director at that time, Ron Hagan, and worked on it for a good 7 months before we presented it, when it was approved by the city council to have murals on the overpass. And one thing about that is it helped the kids who would usually put graffiti. They were the ones that were painting the murals. So it gave them a specific responsibility in beautifying their community, plus giving them some cultural pride. And to this day, I feel very happy in my heart to have been part of it, close to almost 40 years ago. And I'm just encouraging the city council to restore those murals. And I just want to dovetail on the mothers that were just here. I just want to give them credit for coming before you. So thank you very much. Consider those murals to be replaced. And if I had a choice of one to be replaced, it would probably be the Zoot Zoot one. The Zoot Zoot. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Candy Aguirre. I'm a resident of Fullerton. I'm actually one of the students back in 1994 that helped.
All right.
Yeah,
Welcome
and
back.
it was actually part of the Fullerton United Fullerton Safety Cuffs program, and they get a life program through the Boys and Girls Club at Fullerton. I'm a little nervous. I myself benefited from painting, and I actually assisted with the one off of Lemon by the Costco parking lot with the children holding hands, and the one, I don't know if it's still there, but at Trustlow Park, there's one kind of big in the front and the brick wall. There was about 40 of us. It was through a program at the Boys and Girls Club that kind of helped the kids stay off the street, which it did indeed. And I feel that now the city does lack a lot of programs for children, for our youth, for our children, now a mother of 4. I feel that this would be a perfect opportunity for the youth of Fullerton, young adults also to get involved and at least help restore it and become more pride, have more pride in the city as I do now. So that's what I wanted to let you guys know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Gretchen Cox. I am on the Park and Rec Commission. I'm chairman this year, and I also newly appointed to the Public Art Committee. And I have a lot to learn. I wasn't even able to go to our most recent meeting because I had a conflicting meeting. But I just want to say that I love these murals, and I appreciate the history that you just gave. And I would like to see our committee work towards bringing public art to other parts of the city as well. So being new to the committee and having missed that first meeting, I am not familiar with a budget, if there is one, but I would like to see that we try to use it for all parts of the city. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else, we'll bring it back to council. Yep. Mr. Zara?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everyone, and thanks to the Public Arts Committee for all the work in the past, and for the artists and the community who participated in these murals. When I first moved to Fullerton, it was really the first thing that I noticed, and I really fell in love with them. And I don't think I can say enough about how much I admire the history of our city, the diversity of our city, and what these murals represent. I'd like to say I've met with Higgy Vasquez, who actually was here in the audience, but I think he left because I think we got a little delayed. But he's the son of Emilio Vasquez Sr., and he's been restoring his father's murals around Orange County. His father, Emilio Vasquez, is a well-renowned Chicano artist, muralist, and has many, not just in our city, but Cal State Fulton, Chapman, and Santa Ana and Anaheim. And his son has taken on the trade and has been restoring and has his own murals as well. So we worked with our city manager and with our community development director, Mr. Ted White, and Director Hugo Curiel on this to put together a proposal. I think the proposal includes a multitude of restoration projects for all the murals, but also to add to more because as we move forward in the future, I believe that it would be great to re-envision the entire bridge and have more additions so we can engage the young people again in being proud of their neighborhoods. This is the entrance to our city, and one of them. It's my own entrance. I come down that road all the time because I live there. But it's one of the entrances of our city, and I think this would be a great opportunity to start beautifying our city in all its entrances and throughout our city. Public art is an important aspect of our of life. I'm always jealous when I go to Brea because they have an art ordinance, in fact. So part of I've also been looking at ways of funding this because while we have, it seems, funding for one through our city, we do need to raise what has been proposed, about $100,000 to do the entire project. And I've been working and reaching out to private donors, and we have also been I think we've identified some funding from the National Endowment of the Arts that we qualify for. So I don't see this as a big undertaking to get private funding. So I'd like to conclude by saying I'd like to make the motion to approve the recommendations to go ahead with restoring the mural. The reason we chose to start with El Niños del Mundo is because it is the most visible right now, and it's also the easiest to restore because it has had restorations. And by the way, the restorations include new coating and new technologies that will help us maintain them for a longer period of time. So I'd like to make that motion and also give the direction to set up an account with One OC, which allows us a non-profit, the ability to raise money that is tax deductible without setting our own foundation up. So that'd be the most cost-effective way of doing it, and allowing us to apply for grants and identify new sources of funding, of which I will personally be pursuing as well. So that is that, and on this item. But I also would like to, start, looking at ways of how to incorporate public art and how to really take this seriously and possibly look at ways of raising funds on a sustainable way, similar to what Brea has. I know they have a public arts ordinance, and I'd love to see us take direction in that as well. So that is my
Thank you.
I have a question. The Public Arts Committee, is it connected with the Fullerton Museum Center? And is it connected with the Fullerton Museum Foundation, which is already a 501c3?
The Public Art Committee is set up as a subcommittee of the Fullerton Museum Center Association. It's made up of representatives from the FMCA, two at-large members, a appointee from the Parks and Recreation Commission, as well as representatives from Cal State Fullerton. So it's a subcommittee of the FMCA.
Mm-hmm. Because it seems to me, especially through your presentation, that the museum center, your foundation, this Public Arts Committee would be the appropriate place to house a fundraising effort for the restoration of these murals. Is that what you were thinking, or you were thinking of going with another organization like Councilman Zara just suggested?
I'm a lowly staff member.
I know, but
I don't make policy.
So is the FMC, is that a nonprofit?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right, so we can go through that then.
Yes.
Well, if they want us to. Have we talked with?
No.
I think those are some of the initial discussions that have been had since it was dormant for such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be one of the directions you would give us, is to go back and to start to discuss all the various ways that we could come up with funding, including some of those methods like council members Zara mentioned, visiting Brea's methodology for
or setting up an account with One OC or whatever. Before we five decide on a path, I would like to get more information from the organizations we already have and all of our community people who are already invested.
The Fullerton Museum Center Association raises funds for the exhibits and education at the museum. It has not historically been involved in public art fundraising of any kind.
But you have a public art committee, right?
It's the City Public Art Committee that functions as a subcommittee of the FMCA.
Mm-hmm.
So can we find out, see if that'll work, if we can use that direction to raise the funds to
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we can have a discussion with the Museum Foundation and the Public Art Committee and get more information on this. The 10C, I know, is a very good organization. It's a parent organization for many, so that's a very viable option, if not for this, for other things that we have going on in the city.
But even if we set up an account through there, which I'm not inherently against, who's the committee in charge of that? I mean,
and those are some of the things to look at and all that stuff.
Right.
So if there is something already set up and they're willing to, so that's the question of us going to them and asking if they're willing to expand the horizon. And looking at some of the things and coming up to speed on the Public Art Committee, including our webpage, there need to be some things updated on that. So I would love to have a conversation to see how we can work together on some of these issues. And if they want to go forward with further issues, we can bring that back.
All right. So how many other nonprofits, do we have? So we have the FMCA. Any other ones?
You mean arts?
Or any 503Cs that are under the city or organizations that are part of the city. So we have the FMCA.
You got the Muckenthaler Foundation.
Okay. And
we're also connected to Muckenthaler.
And you've got the Fox Theater Foundation.
The Library Foundation. Fox Theater Foundation, though, isn't connected to the city, and neither is all the arts.
So we have the three that were up top of our. Can we come back and just verify how many we have? How many nonprofit or 503Cs, I guess, that are connected to the city? Because I've been asking.
Arts 501c3s, you mean?
Yes, or any other 501c3s that we can manage, control, or work with.
But we don't manage or control any of them.
You know what? Why don't we put that off for a future discussion, because none of us really know the answer to the question.
And that's why I want to get a list back of what we have.
We have general direction to come back and to look at this. We do not have a Fullerton Community Foundation, but there are other alternatives out there for different things. So we will come back with a report.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we put that on the table to come back with a proposal, a staff report on how to create our Fullerton Foundation? I've talked about one, but it's there's certain things that we want to do, and in fact, if I can do that now or later, I'd like to get a staff report on what it would take, what it would cost to create a Fullerton Foundation.
What we would do is we would roll that into the larger discussion of what's out there. I've been involved with the creation of the Placentia Community Foundation, running the Villa Park Community Services Foundation, and then a couple others. So,
right. So we'll bring it back.
The 10C is probably the easiest way to go, but we'll bring back all those options for you.
Let's bring back the options.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, for the sake of just focusing on the Lemon Bridge murals right now, it would be of interest if we can simplify the process so we can actually start the fundraising, and then we can discuss other options for long term, so that we can start looking.
So that's what we're doing. We're going to go on the motion, but just for future, before I forget. But we are going to move with this item right now.
Okay.
Well, Councilmember Zara's motion was to approve the recommendation. Right. And the recommendation has two parts. Maybe if we just dealt with part one, and I would offer that as a substitute motion, is that we do approve the restoration of one mural and appropriate up to $8,500 from the Parks and Rec budget.
Second.
And we'll deal with the second part of that when we get more information. Would that be appropriate? I'm asking Councilmember Zara.
Yeah, I mean, I'll amend my motion.
That will work as well.
So to approve the recommendations for the restoration of one mural, of which I've identified as the Mujeres, the Niños del Mundo, but also to give direction to staff to bring back funding options and opportunities and mechanisms for fundraising for future restoration of the remainder of the murals.
Yeah.
Okay. And just a question. So on the Niños, is that what the community wants? They want to restore that one first?
I think everybody, they want to restore all of it, but I think it would be, this one would be the easiest one to restore, and it's also the most visible one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because I know
and
that
it's also an original Emilio Vasquez.
I think the La Virgen will be, for a lot of Latinos, that would be the one that that's the Mother Saint of Mexico, it's Nuestra Madre. So anyway, but if the community wants the niños, that's fine.
If we have more money, I'd be happy to do too.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Whitaker.
Before we push to a vote here, I'd like to at least acknowledge, I think the murals are wonderful. I'd like to see them continue. What we're talking about here is not changing them, it's about maintaining. It's about restoration and maintaining. That's why I have trouble with understanding this amount of money coming from taxpayers being called seed money. It really isn't seed money. It's been foreseeable that there would be ongoing needs of this sort. And I've just seen too many situations in the past where if you begin with public funds, it really dampens the private charitable impulse to a very large extent. So I just think we haven't really delved into the notion of getting private or new external funding rather than putting the taxpayer on the hook for this. We have other resources in the city as well, including Fullerton College and Cal State Fullerton. We have really talented art students abound in the city, high schools as well. So I would be opposed to putting the taxpayer on the hook before those efforts have been made.
Thank you. Anyone else is? All right. So just there's been a motion and a second, and just before that, I like the idea of restoring these murals. And my only concern is, what does the community want? Do they want La Virgen or do they want the niños? But I guess we'll hear from the community if they don't want those niños up first. And then also, I like the idea of putting some of the history there on the walls, which is great. And I'll bring this back next time, but I also want to have a discussion on maybe a mural or a painting to commemorate Alex Bernal, who was the plaintiff in a case that eliminated racial restrictive covenants in Fullerton and led to the Supreme Court ruling of Kramer, I think, versus Stout, that eliminated all those. A great history here in Fullerton, and so, but we'll bring that back. So, okay, so there's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right, it passes 4-1. And thank you so much. And we move back to number 14, Pearl Drive. All right, we're getting there.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is a brief update on Pearl Lot. As most of you know, efforts have been underway with the acquisition of the Pearl Lot for quite a while now. Some of those efforts go back to, wow, maybe even 20 years ago with a lot of failed attempts. As the most recent, council was very adamant to move forward and try to approach it with a little bit of a different incentive, and we have been able to convene with those owners. And as of today, we have closed escrow on 25 of those interests of the 33. So we are close, and some of those other remaining ones are already in progress. It's just officially 25 have closed, so we're really close. I do want to say that as well. Concurrently, staff has been working with the community. We're actually, as we speak, and it's not online yet, but I will let you know when it is, we're announcing some dates so that we could do some community outreach there in that particular community. We're working with Hoya Scholars, Solidarity, St. Jude, and that also pairs up well because there is a state grant out there right now that matches that project pretty well. I think it's under Prop 68, so we will be pursuing that aggressively, and some of these efforts of the community will definitely go towards those points to achieve a higher qualifying grant. So that's about where we're at right now, and then we would obviously be looking to pull in some of those grants and also work with our funding partners here locally as well, see who wants to kick in, and try to create a park and a community space for that area. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so we've got 5 left. What's estimate time number we can get the other 5 or 3 out of 5? Because I've been here. Well, you've been here. I've been here for 3 years, and this has been going on prior to that. I know Councilmember Fitzgerald. She's been here a little longer, and she's been advocating for this park.
Yeah,
and I think all your terms, right?
To put it in perspective.
Okay, 6. There you go.
To put it in perspective, this most recent effort started about, I would say, maybe 5 months ago, and that was really where you could count where these properties really went into escrow, because anything prior to that were just a lot of failed attempts. So this has been pretty impressive. Obviously, we've had a real estate company consultant helping us really kind of wrangle a lot of these owners, but it's going relatively smooth considering all the things that can go wrong with an escrow, et cetera. But to answer your question, with the remaining 5, I'm going to estimate we have maybe another 2 months of acquisition, with any luck if there's no other hiccups. And so outside of that, we may have 2 other owners that are still a little reluctant, but we have some hope that once they know that there's been such a success rate, they might just kind of move forward with that. And I know the city manager does have the authority to negotiate with them up to a certain amount, and we can motivate them at the very end. Having said that, once we get past that stage, again, we are concurrently moving forward with the planning efforts. And with any luck, getting some state grants, we can mobilize on some planning efforts, continue the community outreach, and hopefully get something in the ground, I don't know, maybe within the next 2 years.
So once we get all 30, how soon after that are we going to be able to put the shovel in there?
I'm estimating. I might be optimistic, but maybe a couple years. We're going to go as fast as we can, but I just don't want to overestimate. But we would definitely love to get out there quickly. I know that once the funding becomes available, it would not be really rocket science out there. We would definitely have access to plenty good landscape architects and engineers that we could expedite something relatively quickly, get something out to bid, and then something in the ground. Possibly, we could actually beat that 2-year mark, maybe
Thank
sooner.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's important to remember that the grant funding and funding that has come from the Park Development Fund has been for the acquisition. And again, it was about $850,000 for the acquisition. That includes the consultant costs and all that stuff. One of the extreme difficulties and why it's taken so long to get to this point is the fact that this was undivided interests in a common area lot, that we actually had to work with the owners to reform the HOA to have them redo, basically readopt and change their CC&Rs. So it was a very legally technical challenge to get to this point. And as Director Curiel was saying, the last 5 to 8 months or so have seen much more movement than in the last, unfortunately, 6 years prior. So, and part of that was even working, once we started entering escrow, we thought we jumped the major hurdle. Then there were some issues with the title companies and some of the cloud on title from the previous way it was and connected to those other properties. So we're beyond all that. We have the majority of them. If there's 2, once we're down to those 2, and I've already talked to 1, we're going to push hard and then push for the grant opportunities for the actual design. It's not a large place, so maybe it's not even an acre. So
17,000 square feet.
Yeah, 17,000 square feet. So not too much planning you can put into that. But we do want to make sure it is a good place for that community. And I believe those community meetings are actually within the next 4 weeks. We're planning them.
Yes, I'm glad you reminded me. You will be receiving this postcard here really soon in your mailboxes, and we'll also email it to you. So we're going to expedite quickly on these community meetings. I think it's a total of 5. And essentially just to give the community ample chance to chime in. And one of those meetings will be specifically for teens and youth. And there'll be some of our community partners there to provide just information to some of the resources available in the community.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we'll...
Mr. Mayor, I just have a quick question. The lot itself right now, who's maintaining it? Because I know that there's been, I remember going out last year and with Hoya Scholars, and they organized a little cleanup.
Yeah.
Has this been maintained? Because it's really a dumping ground.
Yeah. It's been sporadic. There's been stints of time where it really got bad, and as you mentioned, some of those community efforts went out there with bags and bagged it up. I know that the city also went out there at one time and did some weed abatement. Way earlier on, the city actually even had to go out there and cover the pool, if you will, and to do some of the appropriate procedures to cover a pool, pierce it, disconnect utilities, and demo the bathhouse. So there's been several efforts there, but to answer your question, it's been a little bit of this and that when that lot has gone pretty bad. I know code enforcement has called efforts out there to get it cleaned up. But
because it'd be great to have that over, if it's going to be waiting for 2 years, it'll be great to have something done so that it's not a dumping ground,
Sure.
because
in the
kids
meantime.
do go play there.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, members of council, and as soon as the majority of the escrows are closed and we become owners of distinct parcels, and I'll have to check if we actually have a new parcel map for that, because there's 33 or 32 parts to 17,000 square feet. So we'll have to determine which is ours and which is somebody else, and then we can maintain ours, and then, if need be, utilize code enforcement action, or at least bill the other partners as we go forward that haven't sold. So,
Thank you.
I'm
All
going
right.
to move that we receive and file the report.
So,
second.
Second, but we're going to take public comments before we vote on the. So anyone here wishing to speak on this item, please come up. Seeing no one, we'll bring it back. There's been a motion and a sec.
What area this park would be?
Excuse me?
Which area? I'm sorry.
It's east of Placentia, south of Garnett. Garnett Lane, right?
The Gems
The
District.
Gem Street District.
Okay, I'm just trying to get, since I know Fullerton, I'm trying to get an idea of where that was.
Kind of by the
East
Target
Fullerton.
over by
Yorba
the
Linda.
57 and Yorba Linda.
Got it, okay, I
Kind
know
of
which
behind.
one.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello again. I would just like to mention, I think that this is a prime opportunity to, as we're talking about community engagement, looking into the possibility of forming a city maintenance crew, like one I've mentioned before that City of Claremont has started, so that there are established groups of volunteers that can be mobilized to
Can we stick
perform
to
cleaning
the
tasks.
acquisition
Yeah,
of park?
for Pearl Park. Well, I guess as we're talking about maintenance and keeping the park clean and safe, I think that this is it kind of ties in to how a city maintenance crew of volunteers could be useful
All right.
in this scenario.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I would just, before we vote on this, I would just ask staff to bring us quarterly updates, like as you did tonight.
Yes, perfect. All right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. So that brings us to the consent items that were pulled. And where are they at? So we'll take them in order. Which one did we pull first? 4, right? So item 4, Ms. Flory, did you pull that one?
I pulled that for one reason, and that was that I had mentioned when we were going through all of this that I thought that there should be a line in here about preservation. So if you look at page 2 of our agenda,
No, we.
yeah, I would like to see added to that on the infrastructure and city assets. Establish and maintain a master plan for all of the city's assets, including city-owned properties and other facilities. The master plan shall include inventory, assessment, and long-term strategies for maintenance and/or preservation of unique and irreplaceable assets, as well as actions for maximizing the value of each asset. So I just wanted to see a preservation element in there.
Okay, so do we need a motion, or do we add it, or how does that work?
Well, I would move the recommendation with the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I also have just one quick comment as well on the proposed vision statement, if we strike the word of its citizens in the end, because we do want to make this an opportunity for also businesses and visitors and residents of all persuasions. So simplifying this by just saying and provide opportunities for all. Thank you.
All right, very good. So,
Where is that?
That's on the vision statement.
Proposed vision statement on the second page.
On the
page 2.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will change my motion to include that.
All right.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so a motion and a second. Wait, no. I'm coming at you. Hold on. All right, so motion and a second, but before we vote on it, item 4, public comments. Who was the second? Mr. Zara.
Sorry. Sorry, way off track now. Mayor and council members, excuse me. This is Jane Reifer. And normally I try and be upbeat and positive. And I know I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't do this on this item. But was someone in a hurry putting this item together this time? I think it came out a little bit in bad form. This is the City of Fullerton mission, vision, and revised priority policy statements. This is on the consent calendar. I thought there was going to be a little bit more discussion tonight. I also remember that there was going to be an effort, maybe this was afterwards, but to kind of put a survey out to the community to get more input too. Not necessarily before these parts were voted on. I noticed in the report it said there was going to be a red line. There's no red line. There are typos. And the part about the preservation part not being put in, again, I know this is bad form on my part, but this just seems like a really huge issue to just have been put on the consent calendar. This is the mission statement that the city's going to be running by. I'm just surprised. Let's see here. I would like to say, if it's going to be voted on tonight, that I agree with a lot of the amendments that have been made, so that's wonderful. I also wanted to see under the first one, the fiscal and organizational stability, that there be, it says, talking about customer service, but I would also like to see if there can be an effort here put to engage the community more during public council sessions and so forth. I see people leaving. They're frustrated. They don't understand how they can get up and make their public comment. Today's issue with the consent calendar is a totally separate issue. I just mean in general, there are other ways we can engage the public, and I think if we can put a little bit of that into here so the public will feel better about their experience when they come to the council sessions. And then if there is going to be a survey at some point, I have some ideas on some of the issues that I hear people talk about all the time that were not in the initial survey. So if you can explain a little bit about when that information will be gathered. I think that's it. Thank you for your patience. I will try not to address the council in this way again. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Reifer, I will say, I mean, we did do a survey. I thought you saw that, an initial survey. That
absolutely.
And then that was part of a very long facilitated discussion that this council had at our last meeting.
Yes, I was present.
Last meeting, I believe.
Yes.
So, I mean, you characterized this as just putting this on the consent and not having a discussion about it. We had a long meeting about it where we talked about it and the public got to have input.
But so the part that I missed is that for instance, something that was huge was not seeing, and I'm glad that Councilmember Flory brought this up. She had asked if the motion could be amended last time to include the policy statements could include this preservation element, because a lot of people are in Fullerton because we care about what's unique and irreplaceable. So the fact that that was missed makes me think there are other things that are missed in here.
Dan, where did you think that should go?
Well, I asked about that, as a matter of fact, and the assistant to the city manager said that she had reviewed the tapes, and since nobody else on the council had seconded that or supported it, she let it go. And so I said, okay, fine, then let's just do it tonight and I'll amend the motion. So I was not chagrined by that. I was all right with it.
So are you amending a motion to add a preservation value in here?
Yes. That's what I
motion,
read.
right?
And I read it. So
So-
that was corrected, and actually you were the one that brought that to my attention.
Yes, because it was missing.
So see, I'm giving you positive things to say. We're listening to you.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. It just seems like such a massive thing, the mission statement and the policy statements.
Well,
and it was rushed to put it in here, because I'll tell you how I felt when I left the council meeting last time. I thought, oh my gosh, this is great. We said some stuff, it was listened to. Then I look at the next thing. The survey is huge, and it's not in here. In other words, the council decided that, and it was, you can see it, the council decided to take on a larger look at community issues through a more, what do they call it, more professionally scientific survey method. That was definitely approved by you guys last time.
Right.
Didn't see a word of it in here.
But it's not necessarily attached to that. I mean, we also.
So I'd like to see, where is it? Has that been forgotten? It just seems that some things were forgotten.
I think you'll see it in our budget discussion.
Yeah, that's coming up.
That comes up in the budget.
If you have a little patience with us.
That we did address that. We are going to get it. It's different from this, but we are going to have that scientific survey.
Good to hear.
I concur. I completely concur with you. Yes.
Ms. Reifer, also,
you're correct.
I'd like to say, on your comment of engaging the community, the proposed mission statement starts with to work with our residents, businesses, and educational institutions. So that is part of it. It starts off by us saying we're engaging the community, because that is something that I'm very passionate about and trying to do. So it is in the spirit of this.
Okay. All right. So
Thanks.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's good to have the discussion.
All right. Any other public comment? All right. Come on down.
Hi, I'm like Jane, I'm a complete novice at this. But you said you're passionate about engaging the community? Is that right? Yes. Okay. I would say one of the things that you could do to engage the community and have less apathy is when they vote for something that they are passionate about, do not vote against it. And I'm referring to West Coyote Hills. Because a lot of people are just saying,
if you're going to talk about West Coyote Hills, that's coming up next. So
I'm just saying this is about engaging the community.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you.
It's just.
All right.
If your vote never matters, look at the place.
Thank
you
you.
want this place mobbed.
All right. All right. So item 4, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay. Now item 4 goes 4-1. Now item 6. Now who?
I did.
Miss Fitzgerald. Yep. Item 6.
I pulled this item. I asked for an update on West Coyote Hills, and I really appreciate staff putting it together. Thanks so much. And I think there's so much good news in this report. I wanted to make sure it didn't go unnoticed. What I love about, I love the staff report, and I love the fact that it points out very specifically that including the Robert E. Ward Nature Preserve, 78% of West Coyote Hills area is going to be preserved as open space and conservation area. And that already Chevron is working on the design of the 10 miles of trails, and that those 10 miles of trails will be completed before May 1st, 2020. I want to point out as well that the city and the property owner need to agree on the conceptual design plans of the Nature Center by November 2019. And that after those trails are complete, that the work on that Nature Center will happen. I love that the staff report points out the heavy-duty equipment that our public safety is going to get to increase our trail patrols. There's just so much good news in here, and especially the last sentence I'll just point out. That the public benefits are being implemented, and we will see public access to West Coyote Hills through the initial trail improvements by May 1st, 2020. So for so many in this community who worked so long to preserve open space and to have access into those, into West Coyote Hills, I'm so glad that we'll actually get to see that and experience it by next year.
Thank you.
And with that, I know we'll take public comment, but I'd move the item.
All right. Second, all right. If there's nothing else from council, we'll open it up to public comments.
Good evening. This is Diane Venna. I want to thank you for this update, but it has some errors that I would like to correct. Quoting parts of the report, the lawsuit that delayed the development project and the use of the remaining acres as open space recently ended when the California Supreme Court denied the appeal. The California Supreme Court did not deny the appeal but did not review it, which is hugely different. As stated on the state website, the main job of the California Supreme Court is to promote justice by overseeing the development and consistency of the law. It is not a court of last resort to make sure that every case was handled correctly. Therefore, it has no obligation to review every decision of the Court of Appeal. In fact, it receives thousands of petitions for review every year, and it grants fewer than 5% of them. I also take issue with the word delay. The purpose of the lawsuit was to hold the city accountable to the referendum vote of over 61% that rejected development in West Coyote Hills. The lawsuit did not delay, but although not its purpose, allowed the time for funds to be raised to pay for it. Without it, the acquired funds were insufficient to pay the $18 million price for neighborhoods 1 and 3. $20 million came through only recently. Also from the report, the goal of the acquisition is to acquire an optimum amount of open space where species can thrive and residents can enjoy the last remaining contiguous natural open space in North Orange County. More accurate would be the goal of the acquisition is to acquire additional open space within part of the last remaining contiguous open space in North Orange County, with the remaining part developed with 760 homes and a shopping center. The last 510 acres of contiguous open space in North Orange County is being broken up. Breaking this up in the building of an interpretive center will disrupt the already thriving, endangered, and threatened species of plants, birds, and wildlife. Sea and Sage Audubon has said that fragmenting this habitat is not conducive to the viability and health of the California gnatcatcher and other species of concern. This plan does not enable the thriving of habitat and species, but diminishes it. Ending my comments, I want to ask, 1, that the corrections to the report be made, 2, that you agendize a full report on West Coyote Hills, which includes the timeline for the planned development of 760 homes and a shopping center, so that residents get the complete update, not just the positive part of saving part of open space. Most importantly, I ask that the city work to negotiate with Chevron to allow the time to raise the necessary funding to buy all of West Coyote Hills, so everyone wins, including Chevron, and to continue seeking funding. I have been told by some on the council that there is nothing you can do. I totally disagree. If you can apply pressure on Cal State Fullerton to save the Arboretum and the owner of the mobile home park to treat its residents fairly, you can help save all West Coyote Hills, which the majority of Fullerton wants by negotiating with Chevron.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jensen Hallstrom, and I still stand with the belief that all 510 acres of Coyote Hills can be preserved and acquired. And I would just like to mention that Fullerton has a long history of neglecting its natural open spaces, seeing that East Coyote Hills has been almost completely developed. And I urge the council to consider, seeking funding options for acquisition of the entire property to preserve this precious space for future generations of Fullerton to enjoy. I'd also like to mention that in September of 2015, there was a fire that originated at a transient encampment that burned 80 acres and prompted the evacuation of 40 nearby homes. So there are still encampments still in the Ward Preserve, and they are all under the shaded canopies of the Peruvian pepper tree, which is one of the most prevalent invasive species on the property. And I've also noticed that that invasive species is still being used in the ornamental landscaping near the entrance of the Ward Preserve off of Euclid. There are 5 Peruvian pepper trees that were planted by landscape there. Even though they're the known invasive species, that's going to cost a lot in invasive species remediation. So I'm not sure why we are continuing to plant these non-native invasive species in the ornamental landscape. So that's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other public comments, we'll bring it back to council. There's been a second and a motion.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask, this is just a receive and file for information only.
Yes.
And just wanted to clarify, will we receive any more updates on the actual plans that that Chevron is proposing, or from the past? Because this is all from the past, all been done, correct? All the plans and everything.
When the plans are submitted, they're very far away from that. They're still working on remediation issues. We are working on securing the state funding with the State Coastal Conservancy. The next step that this council will see is the purchase and sell agreement for neighborhoods 1 and 3. We are looking at as early as July 2nd, if not then July 16th meeting to have that purchase and sell agreement, because that is also part of our process for securing the rest of the state funds, to include the $4.8 million from Prop 68 and the $15 million from the state budget appropriation.
Now we've also had, if I understand, there was an attempt to acquire Area 4 as well. Has that gone anywhere?
Originally, back in December 21, there was a meeting with the Friends, and there was a proposal that Chevron actually had agreed upon that would have been using our funds to secure neighborhoods 1, 3, and 4. That was turned down, and therefore that is off the table. So we are just moving forward with neighborhoods 1 and 3.
And this would not be able to be brought back on the table, or is this
correct? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Silva?
Yes.
I believe that Ms. Vera is right regarding the language of the report, and I would suggest that we state in the middle of page 2 of our agenda report that the California Supreme Court declined to hear the appeal.
Okay.
Rather than denied the Friends' appeal, because she's absolutely correct about that.
Okay. So would that be a substitute, or we just?
I would just
ask. All right. All right. So we'll change from denied to decline. Mr. Whitaker?
No, that's fine.
All right. And I do want to also just real quickly give thanks to the Friends of Coyote Hills, because it was their efforts who allowed us more time to generate this extra funding, to generate the $20 million that's coming in. That's coming in from the budget and the bond. Without their efforts, this thing would have gone sooner, and we wouldn't have had those extra $20 million in hand to buy this. So even though they not everyone's on friendly terms with them, it was their efforts that allowed Senator Newman then and Assemblywoman Quirk Silva to, in essence, bring $20 million to purchase these properties. So with that, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Item 4 passes. Or I'm sorry, 6. Sorry. Okay. Item 8, Trustwell Avenue early morning parking, and who? There you go. Who pulled that?
I may have pulled it, but I would withdraw my objection to it. But if someone wants to speak,
looks like someone from.
Are you going to speak on item 8?
Speak on that, yeah.
Come on down.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Silva. Thank you all for being here. I neither am for nor against. I'm here merely to give you information about our Trustwell Avenue Street. I happen to be a fortunate property owner right across from there, and I happen to have a space for parking on my driveway. However, I'm here to speak for others, just to give you information, because I'm not a selfish person. I'd like to share everybody's point of what's happening there. I recently received a ticket parking across the street from my own home that I have parked at for many years. It's just now there's more development in the area. We have more things going on in our town, which is a wonderful thing. But they have found our street. People have found our street to park at. And sometimes I can't even park. So I do open up my gate and park in my driveway. The problem is the people that do park there don't live there. And the people that do live there, in some of these homes, the property owners are renting them out to several families at a time, and they're not checking up on them. The ones they're arguing with us when we park in front of our own home, and that's why I decided to park across the street. I didn't want to argue. I take a train at 5 o'clock in the morning. I have to take vacation time to come and attend our city council meetings or any other meeting with Fullerton because I commute into LA every day. So the problem would be that it's other people parking in our parking spots. So if we give permission for overnight parking, they're going to continue parking there, which they fill the street, and I don't even know where they come from. And right now, since I think there's a stop of getting tickets, and I'm appealing mine, by the way, my first ticket, the people that would be, since they're allowed to park, are not allowed to park there right now, and they're getting tickets, it's only, like, it's weeded out a lot of people. So it's kind of a conflicting, I think the solution might be to allow people that live there to park there and giving them a certain amount of parking, a certain amount per home. I mean, I don't know how to do this. I'm just telling you what's happening. It's not affecting me so much because I have a parking spot and the back rear of my home has parking spots. And but I'm just telling you this is what's happening, what's going on, and I don't even know what the solution is to this problem. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you as well from me. Those were many of my concerns, and it really is a mixed bag, completely. Yes.
Yeah. And there is a process for the neighborhood to get permit parking if you want to pursue that. I know we have it in my neighborhood. If X number of residents sign a petition, I believe, that then you can get permit parking, so that might be an option for that.
I believe it's 51% of the property owners. A lot of them are not property owners. So, yeah, whatever I guess we'd have to decide together.
Thank you.
And
Mr. Zara?
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, I think this is probably a very quick fix solution for having just extra space on that street to be able to for residents there to park without getting ticketed. So I think this is a good short-term solution. But if residents want to entertain a permit parking, I'm sure we can talk about that at future dates.
All right. So, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to.
I'll second. All right. There's a motion and a second for number 8. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. 8 moves forward. Number 9, Wilshire Avenue parking, and who pulled that one?
I pulled it, Mr. Mayor. I have a long-standing practice of voting against the annexation of the public street adjacent to homes. I understand there are issues with the college parking. However, it seems that certain directions the council is choosing may negate that concern. So even though there has been the minimal number of residents who voted in favor of this, I will lodge no vote on it.
All right. And any other comments from council? All right. Seeing none, any comments from the public? All right. Bringing it back to council. So is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, 4-1. All right, and that brings us to the end. So at this point, we will see you all in a few weeks, and we adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Today's been a rough
never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In the torn up town, no postcode envy, but every song's like gold teeth, Grey Goose dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like Cristal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royal. It's a run in our blood, the kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me King B, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy.
You may have just finished your oil change, but you're not done yet. Don't leave used oil around dumpsters or trash cans. It's hazardous and needs to be recycled. Most major auto parts stores are certified collection centers. To be sure that a business does accept used oil, look for this symbol. Most stores will also take your used oil filters. Recycling used oil and oil filters is always free and easy. To find a certified collection center near you, please visit earth911.com.
Acaba de terminar su cambio de aceite, pero no ha terminado. No tire el aceite usado en los contenedores de basura. Es peligroso y debe ser reciclado. La mayoría de las tiendas de autopartes son centros de acopio certificados. Para asegurarse que un negocio acepta aceite usado, busque este símbolo. La mayoría de las tiendas también aceptarán sus filtros de aceite usados. Reciclar el aceite usado siempre es gratis y fácil. Para encontrar un centro de acopio certificado cerca a usted, por favor visite earth911.com.
It's mind changing. It gets a little annoying when you can't do a lot of things, even simple things that somebody's got to help you with. Joe Thompson, live in Newport Beach, California. I never saw a bite or felt one until about 2 days before I went to the hospital. I was getting flu-like symptoms, just not feeling great. I was getting ready for work and started going to a full body tremor, and we had to call 911.
Watching your loved one in a hospital bed, not knowing what's causing the tremors, what's continuing to make him shaking all over his entire body, not able to walk, talk, clearly even know that he's there. I mean, seriously, I don't believe Joe even, well, he'll tell you, he doesn't remember anything. When the doctor came back in and said, Joe, we tested positive for West Nile virus, that was, seriously? West Nile virus. This happened from a mosquito bite. I was shocked, quite frankly. With Joe's diagnosis of West Nile virus,